egg. Hello. Punkit looks different. Oh,
Hello.
there you are. Oh, you look different. What was your face, girl?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. Hello everyone. Hi. I'm Zoe. Hi.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. Hi, Punkit. How? I'm good at cold opens. I hope everyone's doing good. Punkit, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm making ramen. It's a beautiful day outside. I got my big ass window open. I'm
Nice.
watching a college tour right outside my door. They don't know yet. And yeah, I don't know. Having a good time. I'm gonna pour myself a big glass of orange juice in like 10 minutes.
Hell yeah, dude. I love orange juice. That's
Big
something I like.
country!
Oh, ow. Ow.
Yeah, that just happens. You know? My brain.
Yeah, that just happened.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Yeah, it's me from Weed Horse Comic, and the horse coming to the weed one.
Yeah. I love the Wii one. I even love Horse Comic 3, the sequel to Wii. Ah, hello everyone. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yay. Hello. So sorry, Punkit, that I'm interrupting you. Sorry. I go, ow.
You look like a JoJo stand rush of weed
Yeah.
one.
This is. You've never like been here for the opening of a stream, like on stream. I don't know if you've been in chat, but this is always what it's like. It's just everybody's like, okay, do all the things now, and then once the game starts, they kind of like forget about it until they get reminded somehow. So then it like evens out a little bit. Bam, bam, ba-dum, bam. Anyway, I like Mirage more than Battery. It feels affectionate. I'd say so. I mean, I would also argue both een zijn allebei wel, you know, liefdevol. Maar ja, maar eentje ervan gooit me van het scherm af. Dus dat is, ja, Punkit, ja, je snapt het nog wel, toch? Ja, toch? Ja, hallo?
I cut out for a little bit, and then when I came back, you were speaking in tongues.
Oh, ik ben dood!
I. Zoe, you alive?
Oh, I'm gonna be alive again in a moment.
Okay. I killed to death.
I got killed to death. It's actually funny. I was thinking before the stream, like, wait, I'm gonna be a kitty in this game, so I should be queen. I should be queen the Fennec. I should be Fennec queen because
Makes sense.
because animal, right? But I'd already made the image, so I was like, well, whatever. But here we are.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, you can always have a cyber transformation at any point. This is cyberspace, you know.
that is true. I can always me Zoe, I can always just semi-possess a different one of my digital avatars. It's
Yeah,
fine.
exactly. Yeah, there's no issue with it. I just, you know, I'm imagining like ready for my day at work, put on the headset, lock in, let's do this, and immediately my job is getting punched by 80 people online. They all throw rocks at me.
I mean, yeah, that's what it is.
Awesome.
It's great. It's a good time. I broke something. Hold on. It's a good time.
Where'd you go?
It's your stream now, I'm afraid.
Oh, hi chat. I'm the Weed Horse Girl. Did I ever tell you that that's how I got recognized one time on the street?
As Weed Horse Girl?
Well, I was biking in like my college town, and a lot of people know each other. And my friend was driving around, and their roommate saw me, and like out the window they went, "It's Weed Horse Girl!"
Yo! That's so awesome.
It's really funny to me.
Okay, I'm almost back.
I wouldn't want
That's
anything more
so-
from my legacy. Being the Weed Horse girl is wonderful.
Yeah, no, it's extremely funny.
It's look who it is.
It's look who it is. It's Queen of fucking Fennec. And
Get
don't
the
make
big
fun
ass
of me
dude
for
out of
being
the
too
meme
short to
captain.
fit in the fucking in the meme box. Don't do it.
I won't.
They're
but
always
it's
calling
so-
me short.
Well, no comment.
Thanks. Anyways. Wait, has anyone ever made like a Susan Taxpayer version of the Weed comic?
Surprisingly, no. Not that I've seen.
No.
No, I mean I've seen them done about like Battle for Dream Island and like somebody's like YouTube Shorts series, but like never the other actual thing that I've made.
Huh, well, audience, there's your, there's your prompt for the day.
Yeah,
You guys can do it.
you can do it. I believe in you.
You can do it.
Yeah, I would
Maybe
be
I'll do it
honored.
if no one's done it yet. I'll make like a real scrunkly sketchy one.
That'd be fantastic. That'd be
Mm-hmm.
fantastic.
I've been wanting. You're different. You're nothing. No, it's fine. That's all right.
Nothing changed. What are you talking about?
No, nothing at all. I've been wanting to make Susan Taxpayer fan art for so long.
I would explode.
I would love to. I'm not sure what I would want to do. Would I draw? Would I make like a? I've been thinking I would want to make like a little low poly model of Susan. Maybe. We'll see.
That would be so cool. Genuinely.
I need to find the time for it.
Demo.
Hmm?
Yeah. I gotta work on the new demo. We're doing a bunch of. Well, when tax day rolls around, I'll have a special surprise for everybody in the U.S.
Oh shit, that's very exciting. Wait, did you ever hold on. Can I say that? Because maybe I just missed it, but maybe it's a secret. Just gonna DM you real quick.
I think I know what you're talking about. If it's a special surprise thing I DM'd you about, I've not released it yet, but it will be happening this week.
Okay.
Yes, that will be happening soon.
Okay,
My
alright, okay.
extraordinarily late April Fool's Day joke.
Okay, cool. I was afraid I'd missed it, so that's good.
No, you'll know when it arrives.
Okay, good. Also, yeah, you can't make a low poly model of Susan because the hair takes up at least 26,000 polygons.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I know how I would do it. It would be 27,000 actually.
Yeah.
The entire model would be like 26,024 polygons.
Yeah. Susan would be. The entire model is the hair, and then there's one like PNG of bald Susan placed under it.
Yeah.
Oh, bald Susan, I don't want to think about that. You know what? I'm gonna stop thinking about that.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's change the subject. So.
Yes.
We are here. We have gathered here today because there is a little game called Kitten Burst that
Yes.
Punkit. I don't know. How did you find it, Punkit? Because I think I know it because of you, at least.
My boyfriend just like found it and like streamed it to me one time, and I was like, "This is pretty cool." And then like, 8 months later, not actually, but a couple months later, I think, I was like on my Y2K internet game kick, and she was like, "Oh, you should play Kitten Burst," and I was like, "Oh yeah, you gifted it to me. All right,
Oh,
let me
yeah.
boot it up." And then I became a different person.
Yes.
So
And then you started telling everybody about it, and I asked you more about it, and then you sent me screenshots and told me about like certain aspects of the lore and shared music, and I
Yeah.
was like, whoa, wait. I
this
also
game is
want to be
awesome.
changed by this game.
I don't want to oversell it, but I had a really good time. It was made specifically for me.
Hell
And
yeah.
also, it's never overt about it, but I feel like it's very transgender. I feel like any game about the internet is, in a way. So.
Yeah, I get it. So yeah, we're gonna play that together, and we're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Yay!
This will be really fun. I think you can get through the cool intro in about 20 minutes, which will be perfect timing for when I have to dip for a little bit.
Oh yes, good. Because that's the thing, Chet, is that Punkit does have to go and do some other stuff for a little bit. So we're gonna try to
Yeah,
make. So, do you mean the? Do you mean the? Can I say what it is? This I don't know if it's private.
Oh no, I'm headed. My ass is headed to therapy.
Yes.
At 45. So.
Okay, so we're gonna we're gonna do the e-break at that moment, whether even though that's like a little earlier than usual, just so that Punkit doesn't miss as much, you know.
Yippee!
Okay, I do first have to get some redeems out of the way. And I noticed that I missed one of them, which is to do my Uwu voice for a little bit.
Oh god!
You also have to do it.
Oh no!
Yay! Okay.
I'm really glad I'm alone in my apartment right now.
Yeah. It's a very fitting voice for your little orange thing. Okay.
Oh no.
Punkit! Between Amy, Charmy, Espio, Knuckles, Metal, Sonic, Mighty, Omega, Ray, Rouge, Shadow, Sonic, Tails, and Vector, who is your favorite Sonic character?
Rouge the Bat.
Okay.
Thank you!
Yay! Alright, that's not it. That's all you get for your points today. But I hope you liked it. So here's your Rouge sticker. This goes on your forehead.
Awesome.
Let me see if oh, someone redeemed another one. Yay!
Okay, cool.
Yippee! Yahoo!
Thank you, Louis Cousin.
En jij mag ook nog eens Nederlands gaan praten, oké.
I'm in hell.
Oh nee! Wacht!
It's dark. I can't see anything.
Je komt hier nooit meer uit. Oké, dus we moeten water drinken. Sippie, jij ook. Punkit, go. Kom op. Gewoon even wat drinken.
Oh.
You know?
I got that last bit. I heard drink, and I was like, oh, drink.
There you go. Good.
Yippee.
Yay!
I'm so glad. My apartment is completely empty right now.
I love when people redeem. They're actually more likely to do it out if I have co-hosts that they
That's
redeem
really
the
funny.
Uwu voice, because nobody is ever like, yay, let's do an Uwu voice. Everyone's like, oh god.
I've been practicing mine, you know. Car battery.
Ow.
When I'm in the kitchen and I'm not doing anything, I go to myself.
Yeah, right. It's nice.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. Jim Muzz says, I adore how every fucking time we have a guest, we have to put them through the ringer first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm coming out like pasta.
Okay. There was a hat redeem, which the request was the hat that is least used. So let's see. What hat is barely ever used? This hat has been okay. It hasn't been used in a very long time. It used to see a lot of use, but it hasn't been. But I'm gonna bring it back, which is Matt's hat, because always remember that Derek loves the Matt's, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
What would pasta be? I would be tricolor rotini.
What?
No question.
What's the one with a little, that's like filled with little meat?
Ravioli.
Ravioli. I'd be a ravioli
yeah.
because it's very tasty and nice and good.
It is very tasty. The U-Bot's gonna get the vibe check. I'm imagining like I'm indoctrinated like animals. Like all the U-Bots come over and like sniff me like prey. like a herd.
Yeah. And they're making sure you're like up to the standards of the pack.
Yeah,
you know,
snuff.
up to sniff.
Up to sniff, yes.
Up to sniff. Okay. I also get cheesed. What?
I'm delighted by this. That's all.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad. Fuck it. Okay, that'll do. And there. Why? And 2 pets. Clone just did 2 pets in a row. I didn't know that the pets weren't. You know what? I'm putting one of them on Dusty.
Yippee!
Yay! Okay, cool. I think we got everything except for the eggs. Yippee! The eggs, of course, which are very important. Oops. You know of the eggs, don't you?
I'm sure I do. It's the ones that take up the entire left of the screen, right?
Oh yeah, that's them.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Alright, here we go. The first egg of the day comes to us from Dynalope. And then we've got Green Clunk, Vex Fidel, Esteemed Jester, AO Hell, Mike Loves Rabbit, Soda Vampire. I'm finally learning to pronounce the name as vampire, not vampire. Rootsatera. Because to me, like with a Y, it just looks like it should be pronounced vampire. I don't know why.
Yeah, I get it.
Right? Polar Stars, Lil Florbo, Ashley Miami, Just Some Trans Girl, and once again, nobody is just some trans girl. We're also special. Elbirial, Musley Flash, Time to Fry.
Musley Flash.
Musley Flash.
Okay, okay, I see. That's really good. You want a much friend character.
KQ Gray. And the second stack comes to us from Lucina of Stardust, Tess Layden, Wibless, Akai 4, Luminosity, and that's it. Thank you all for the starting stack. Very, very good. And now we can finally get started with the game. It's only been about 20 minutes. Just under 20 minutes. It's not that bad, honestly.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Launching the game. Sippy. We've had much longer. Yeah, we've had like an hour before before I started the game. Alright, Bunker, let me know if you can see the game or not.
I can see the game. We're good. Or I think so.
I also don't see anything yet. I just have a black screen right now.
Okay. I did black screen.
Me too. Alright, we're on the same page. Very good. But does chat see a black screen? No, they don't. Not yet. Should have probably tried launching the game before stream to see if it worked. It's been a while. Specific window. Oh, the game. It's starting.
Okay, cool.
Chat isn't seeing anything though, still, so that's not particularly cool.
Yeah, this game
there
has
it is.
style off the damn charts. It's so cool.
Yeah, no, the style of this game, like instantly, it just looks so fucking cool. This looks like the kind of like 3D renders you would see in like a TV bumper, you know?
Oh yeah,
on like Jetix or Toonami.
Yeah.
So cool.
I do highly recommend a controller if you can, but keyboard and mouse is also really good. So.
No, I have controller. I'm a gamer. I have many controllers actually. I was thinking about it the other day. I have 4 different controllers 6 different controllers on my desk.
Awesome. Wish that was me right now. I lost my controller. I don't know where it is.
No, do you want to borrow one of mine?
Yeah, I'd love to borrow one of yours.
Okay, cool. I'll send it over.
Yeah.
Also, some of them are very small, so they can just go in a letter. Stretching pulse check.
Alright, I've checked mine.
I make noises.
I respect it.
Thank you. They are involuntary, but I'm owning them. Epic graphics quality, dude. Hell yeah.
This is on Unreal Engine.
Oh, because I get it. I'm sorry to hear. Controls. Whoa. Oh my god.
It's peak. It's peak.
This is so good.
It's literally the best game of all time.
The Gamer Orb?
It's the best game of all time.
This is so good. It's so fucking good, dude. I love this.
The Gorb.
The motherfucking Gorb. Hell yeah, I love this.
It rocks. It rocks.
This is already the best fucking thing ever. God, this is so fucking good. Okay, let me actually look at the controls though.
It's extremely simple. They will. Yeah, I don't think you can adjust keyboard controls or
controller
controls.
Right.
But it'll teach you all of them in a tutorial pretty quickly.
Right. Let's see. Okay, change the state. That's interesting. Oh, egg. We got some egg from Kirakat. Thank you. I'm still working on that.
Hi. I just got out of therapy.
Yo, another therapy mention. Hell yeah. Kirakat, thanks so much for the subscription, and I'm hoping therapy was good.
Hell yeah.
Oh man, do we got some?
I'll be heading to therapy soon.
Yeah, exactly. Nice. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, I'm still working on that. I'm still working on that thing to automate the eggs. I actually have some stuff that I have to some progress I have to check on that together with Clone, who's helping me work on it. I haven't yet because I've been busy, but hopefully soon we'll have automatic eggs, and then I don't have to pause the game every time.
Yeah.
So okay, change states. Turn character, press for sonar pulse.
I love the sonar pulse.
I'll learn it through the tutorial. Auto egg technology. Another egg. Oops. Queen Grimlock. Thank you very much. There we go. Was that for 24 months? I don't remember. Was it? The heck? Ooh. Oh, the Kitten Burst is stealing my cursor.
Yeah, it does that.
Oops. Well, no, I can't look at eggs or anything anymore. Can't do eggs. Sorry.
I can't believe they lost the one channel point. That's so sad.
Right? That sucks. I feel so sorry for them. I'll repent. I'll stop streaming. I'm sorry. Bunch of accessibility options, color stuff. Very good. Very good. Cool. All right, let's go.
Yippee! Let's do it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is peak, dude. How is this just like a little game that nobody knows about? What the fuck's going on?
I know.
I do have to actually lower the volume. Let's see. Do some talkies. Fuck it. Speak.
Nope. Hello. Hi. I'm talking at.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. All right. Chat, let me know if the game is too quiet now, but at least Punkit is nice and audible.
Yeah, it is style.
It is fucking style, dude. There's also so much. Oh, for the fucking save! You're kidding me! This is so good!
It's what it's all about.
Oh my god. fucking Christ, dude. This is so
It
cool.
only gets better from here. It only gets better from here.
Oh my god, this is my favorite thing in the world now.
Yeah.
This is the game of all time, dude.
Game of all time.
Oh, yes. Oh, this is so fucking good. We haven't even gotten into the game yet, and I already think this is like one of the best things I've ever seen.
Oh yeah. It's just that good. It's just that good. Jam to go, awesome. I'm also mutuals at the game dev now, and that feels weird for me, but it's awesome.
Well, you know, you're both game devs, so it's like you have stuff in common. Oh. Wow, just like clipped through the thing. That's kind of sloppy. I know, it's kidding.
I love the aspect ratio change. It's so good.
That is really fucking cool, yeah. Kitten Burst. Oh, like the game. Recent progress, bets closed, offline viewers. Lot cyberspace viewers, 0. Enter site. I love the interwebs.
Interwebs are so cool.
Ender Girl, thank you very much for following. I am noticing it is struggling a bit visually, graphically. Presumably because I'm also running 50 other programs to stream.
Yeah. It has a little bit of struggle, like when it loads in for me. I think it's just normal.
Yeah, it seems to be fine now, because it was also like my my avatar.
You're my dear little guy! It's
Hello,
Hippie!
Kippy!
Hippie!
Oh. Whoa. Oh!
Yeah!
That is so fun!
Welcome to Kitten Burst.
Oh, yes!
This is my favorite track in the entire game.
So we're just saying it's only downhill from here.
No, I mean, it just stays that good.
Oh, okay, fair enough. If cats can fly, so can you. Ooh. Whoa! Okay.
Yeah, you gotta double tap to do barrel rolls. I took me a while to figure that out.
Ah, okay. I think I just did that by accident and got an achievement for it. Oh! This is vibes. This is so good.
It's so good.
This doesn't feel like a game. Like it doesn't. It doesn't look like a game. Whatever. Oh, what?
Yeah, it feels like a cutscene that you get to play.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It feels like a test render.
Yeah.
Am I going backwards? Where am I okay?
You're gonna want to follow the rings.
Like these ones? Isn't
Yeah,
that where I
that's
came from? Okay. How much is this? They're very good. This is where I came from. Am I going? Are you supposed to go backwards?
I've never done this before, so I don't actually know.
Okay. How much is the
we just get to listen
soundtrack?
to the best track.
Yeah.
Like, more.
Can you boost?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. The purring.
Yeah, you do motor purr when you pick off, which is great.
Hell yeah. It also the controller also vibrates with it.
Yeah, it's great.
I think you missed a
you
ring
can
and
toggle-
stuffed up the
you can
sequence a
toggle.
little. Yeah, I think so.
I'm bobbing my head. This part rocks.
Shop. Don't just
Shop.
adopt. Shop. Oh my god. Snow days on speed dial. Always in season. Truly, this is the internet. I'm just
There
trying to
we go.
figure out where to go, but there's ads everywhere. Just like the real internet. Ah, okay.
Here we go. Yeah, no, the music is so good. I think the dev is actually primarily a composer before they did this.
Oh, nice.
So it explains why it's so damn good. Look at this little beast.
Look at these kibbies. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, okay. Ow. Also. Kitty got pilot wings around the early 2000s. I love it. This is so fun. Did I miss any?
Hell yeah.
Probably missed one. Alright, next one?
Yeah, you're allowed to miss them. It just kind of tells you where to go.
Oh, okay. So I literally just only missed the last one before.
Yeah, I think so.
Nice.
This track is so fucking good. I need Instant Simi into a video game.
Fuck yeah, dude! I love Izitsumi. Ow! Fuck.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why I do it. I'm gonna be completely honest. I've never done this.
You've never fucked up in this game, like I'm fucking
Yeah.
at.
I think you are going backwards.
I am now because I feel like I missed one. I'm just gonna see if I somehow am actually supposed to get all of them. Okay, that was the first one, I guess. I don't know. Oh god, there's so many of them. Okay, maybe I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Try passing through the ring from the other side.
Sure. Doesn't it super look like I should be going through it like this though?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Well, let's
Whoa.
try it from the other side, I guess. Oops. I'm normal. I'm good at video
So
games.
you slap into something. There's a little chime sound when you go through an active one. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, I do think you have to go through all the active ones to complete it. I guess I've never missed one in the tutorial. I guess there's no harm in it, but
No, it's okay. I'm just not as good at video games. This is a great pug kid. It's a great pug kid, Charlie
I
Brown.
think you missed the very first one. That's really funny.
It's okay, we get to listen to the purring. Fuck.
Yeah, you can see it.
I'll get it. I'll learn. What? How?
Yeah, you bonked into the ring itself.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, huh?
No, I don't think so.
You missed a couple.
I sure did, huh?
This piano slaps, by the way. In the story, the happy is represented by the piano. So this is their track, baby.
Ah, nice.
Yeah!
Yay! I'm definitely good at this game.
Rifle cat.
Rifle cat. Huh. It's me, other kitty. Meow meow. Through the spinal column.
To the spinal column.
Ooh.
It's so good.
Oh my god, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Oh,
It looks like you're playing a D&D album cover. It rocks.
a D&D album? You mean a DDR album cover?
Oh, drum and bass.
Oh, right. D&B. I thought you said D&D. I was like, what kind of D&D?
Yeah, they got the arpeggiator that's in every trance song.
Wouldn't it be so fucking cool though if there was a TTRPG that was like kind of like this? I think that would be awesome.
Wouldn't it be so cool if there's a TTRPG like this?
I would definitely want to play that with some friends.
Yeah.
I think there should also.
You
No,
should make that, you know?
someone should make that. This joke is that Punkit has.
Yeah, and the way it's played.
Yeah. And it's awesome and fun and very creative.
Joke of game.
Joke of game.
Alright. Oh, Here's the finish line. I'll cross it and then I'll head to therapy.
Okay, did I get first place? How did I get fucking second?
Better luck next time. Alright.
I'm surprised I didn't get like 69th, which would have been very funny.
I'll leave you to your talks. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye! Bye bye. I thought Duncan was gonna go later, but that's alright. Maybe there's something else? No, I didn't. Well, anyway. Oh, whispering? Hello? Oh. Nice. Happy! Our kitty cat's named Happy! I love that. I think we'll, you know that Pumpkin is gone. I can finally say she's so cool. She is, and she's super nice and fun. And so, I asked her if she wanted to co-host, and she was like, "Oh, I'd be honored." I was like, "You'd be honored," you know. Happy talk. Where am I? A stasis array. This is where you sleep between races. I'm Saber. Yo, I love your art. Oh, I get cheesed again. Can I though? Yes. Okay, I can cheese. Cybercore is such a cool aesthetic. It's so fucking awesome. It's so good. Derek get cheese also. Derek get cool eye patch. Well, hold on. It's more on the nose, it seems. Sure. Although, can I? Hold on. Isn't there? Oh, wait, that's just making it bigger and smaller. Yeah, that works. I'm missing some eggies, of course. Ender Girl. And Bunshines. Hi, Mai. How are you doing? There we go. Too cheap Zoe. Halfway to a quattro formaggio. The last level reminded me of this weird little VR game called Squingle, but you were within the Squingle. What the fuck is Squingle? Hold on. We're gonna take things very, very. If I search for Squingle, I just get pictures of Squirtle. Huh? Okay, I also see the VR game. Also, yes, Vex, I'm aware, thank you. The spiraling psychedelic puzzle. Grab revolving orbs and guide them whoa, my god. You know how there's some Pikmin enemies that just sort of look like blobs and stuff? They look very strange. That's this, but a whole game. This looks wild. Dang, look at this. Hold on. Look at this game. Oh my god. I feel like I would get a headache from this. From like looking at this. Oh my god. I love this though, like I think I've talked about this before, is that like a lot of VR games just sort of end up being kind of samey now. It's just like, oh, you're shooting a guy, or you're swinging a sword, or you're like doing like a point and click type of adventure where you're like, ooh, look at the clue and then input the code. What, you know. This is so cool. I've never seen a VR game that's like this before, you know? It's very cool. For some reason, Twitch isn't working for me on Firefox. Still works on Conqueror, so I don't need to resort to using Chrome at least. Well, that's good. It's probably because they don't like that Firefox isn't as invasive, you know? Also, yeah, it's called Squingle. What a good name. Before time, there was only Squingle, and she needs your help to create the universe. Oh, is that what it's about? It's such a mess. I love it. It's really good. My therapist is 5 minutes late. No! Squinkle uses she, her pronouns. Yay! Helping a girl create the universe? A girl? Oh my gosh. Yay! I can't believe God is a girl, except I can. Yay! Good. Anyway. Beep. I can definitely understand why you would think about that, about this game. I'm gonna keep this tab open. I wanna look at this again later and go, oh my gosh. Alright. Anyway, sorry, Saber, to keep you waiting. I'm Saber, by the way.
How did you get in here?
Happy is gonna have my uwu voice because kitty. Simple XML injection. I got myself admin access to the Kitten Birds database and sent myself into this cozy box of yours. The fucking the assign code here. It's so fun.
Free Uru! Yeah. But why?
I wanted to ask you something. What's it like being a racing cat? Well, I'm not very good at it, but it is fun.
I know there's thousands of people watching me, but when I'm in a race, it's like nothing else matters. I get in the zone where I don't even think. I just run on its.
Maybe I should think a little though. Maybe that's why I did so poorly.
I just run on insect. It feels amazing, but I've still never felt what it's like to win.
Sorry, Happy. That's on me.
I must be the unluckiest cat in cyberspace.
Luck's got nothing to do with it, cat. I'm here to offer you a deal. You help me with a job, and I'll power you up so that you can finally win a race. You'll be faster than every other cat. You in?
That seems like cheating.
It is cheating. Love the honesty.
But I don't want to cheat.
You know, cat, there's a lie that we all tell ourselves. It's to keep society from imploding on itself. Cheaters never prosper. I call BS. Cheaters always prosper. Just look at the most prosperous people in the world.
Yeah.
So, are you in?
Yeah! What's the job?
Oh, a little determined face. Cute. I've acquired a ship with an ion drive that I need to charge. The best way to do that, while remaining undetected, is to siphon energy from some dead sites. I need a program that can explore these sites and find nodes we can connect to, who is also quick enough to overclock their circuits. That's where you come in. Polly, send the GET request. Oh my gosh! Okay, other voice. Let me think about a voice while I read chat. My one deaf in chat moment was with Squingle. Apparently somehow I broke the leaderboards in the demo. Yo, nice job! And it claimed I did the whole thing in like 1.2 seconds, and they were like, what did you do? How? I still don't know how it happened, but it got fixed, it seems. Oh, that's good. Markiplier.
Hi, Kevin. Hello, everybody. I'm Markiplier. Firing now.
Surfbot voice. Isn't that the same? That's just also my ooh voice, I feel.
Hi, Captain. Firing now.
Sure? Let me know how you feel about that voice.
Go on!
We're gonna get God. And I take a sippy. Oh, I thought it was just gonna be a door. That's much bigger than I thought. Oh, I just noticed like all the other cats containers all over the place. It's so cool. PO3 voice? Was that my PO3 voice? It's been so long since I played that game. So cat, the door is wide open. Are you in or out?
It's Huppy. My name is Huppy.
I know. Are you coming? I know, I just don't respect you. Are you coming or not?
I want to, but what if...
That was really nice. I really liked those dialogue options there. That was cute. Nothing. Although, oh my god, it keeps going.
Although maybe I shouldn't, because
I want to keep sleeping. No,
the danger.
I'll just leave it open. See you at the ship.
Oh, but I haven't decided if I should.
Oh, I love when devs do like really interesting things with the dialogue options. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah, this is so good. I love this. Yes. So, oh my god, I love this. How did this game fly under the radar? This is ridiculous. I'm thinking about like other games that do like interesting things, like where the dialogue, you have like dialogue options, but then like as you're about to select them, they change into something else, so that they all like become the same thing, or trick you into saying one thing when you actually wanted to say another. That kind of stuff, you know?
Go, 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 go! Go!
Yeah, Volcano High did that as well, yeah? So good. God, these fucking visuals are just the fucking best. They're so goddamn good. I love them. Forever. April 9th, 2000X. Cyberspace has been abandoned. This new world once lured explorers with the dream of purpose or profit, until the bubble burst. The megacorps agreed the danger was too great. Their sites were condemned and left to rot. The remaining settlements were reduced to ashes in the flame wars. Only a few still brave the digital frontier. Happy? Do you hear me?
Is this your ship?
No, you're out in null space somewhere. Something must have gone wrong in the cyberlink. You didn't make it all the way.
There's some sort of building up ahead. Kinda wanna go check it out.
Weird, there's nothing marked on my atlas at that location. Alright, go see if you can find anything. I thought that this game was going to be a little more than a good soundtrack and cool art, but it ended up having a really good story and narrative representation too. It's really special, and I'm glad more people are playing it. I'm glad to be playing it myself. And then Happy stops halfway through the gate because it can't decide if it wants to be inside or outside! Yeah. And thank you, Jim. Wait, Jim to go. Are you the deaf? The name is familiar. Is that a robot? Wait, is it a robot? The game doesn't seem to know either. Can I talk to you? I can talk to the robot! Hello. Oh my god, the icon! And Gentigal, in that case, I want to say that your game is fucking amazing. Like, from the moment I launched it, just the aesthetic is just so fucking good. Like, the way that like the light fades in to show the whole statue and stuff, and the safe select screen, it's just so fucking good. I love this game. You've done a fantastic job here. And thanks for popping in. Web crawler.
Hey, get out of your butt. This is my personal space.
Oh, sorry. Wait, what are you doing?
What's it look like? I'm crawling the dunes looking for a morsel of data.
Why out here? There doesn't seem to be much of anything.
The content well ran dry ever since the users left. My best bet in finding some delicious data is out here in the outskirts of cyberspace.
Have you checked that thing over there?
Huh, nice try, bud, but I've already come up with the best depth-based search pattern. Once I'm done with this hill, I'm heading that way to check the next million.
Okay. Don't think that's gonna go very well for you. I didn't know that this game would have like. I didn't know it at first. I think Punk had told me at some point that there were like open sections, but at first I thought it was just gonna be linear stuff. Oh, another NPC. Hello. You don't look like an NPC. Well, you are. Okay. The late statue. If I start right now, will I still have time?
Hello? I am happy. Nice to meet you.
Don't bother talking with them, Cat. They're just echoes of people's thoughts. They can't hear you. Oh, is it already Thursday? God, ain't that just a fucking way? That is so real. LRPA. Happy third Tuesday. Well, what is it?
I don't know, concrete?
Feels more like a fortress. Could be one of Pando's research outposts.
Whatever it is, it feels dead.
That's concrete, baby! Well, I was going to save this for when you got to the ship, but I'll go ahead and give this to you now. Polly, send it over.
Aye aye, Captain.
Receiving packet. Woo! Oh my god. It's a little key gen. That is so cute. Unlock. Oh my god, a UI. Ow. There you go, full admin tools. Most importantly, you now have access to the Tachyonics Stunt Recoverer Uber Boost.
I got boost power!
Tachyonics Stunt Recoverer Uber Boost. The best way to charge it is using your whiskers.
My whiskers?
Yes, your with height sensing kinetic energy recovering system. Oh, this is so good. If you fly nearby obstacles at high speeds, you gain boost power. Try it out, you'll see. Go ahead and charge yourself up, then boost through the beam of energy at the center of the structure. That should give the place a spark of energy that we can ping it. The beam is located here! I see. Ooh, nice wireframe. Very fun.
Okay, get energy by flying close to something, boost to the light gleam thingy. Got it!
Cats are solid. You condense your body into a solid state to fling yourself at great speeds, like a cell phone plummeting from a roller coaster. This state allows you to utilize your stored TSRUB energy to propel forwards at twice your top speed. Okay. This screen also this looks so good. It's so good. So much work has gone into making like every aspect of the UI and stuff just look so unique. Okay, especially in today, like in like the current era, I guess, of like game UI and any UI. This is just so refreshing to see, because everything is just like, oh, we're gonna strip down the UI, we're gonna make it as bland and uninteresting and unobtrusive as possible, to the point where it like takes you out of it, you know? At least to me. Zaladin Zuri, thank you very much for following. Thank you. So to see a UI that is this like in your face with the aesthetic is very nice to see. I talk with a statue. Hello. Have to work on my presentation. And I take a sippy. Thank you. The pause menu is a moving thing. Oh my god. Oh, whoa! Oh, this is... Chat, this is fucking amazing. It's just so good. I take a CP and posture check.
Phew. Woo.
Good. Oh, I missed an egg also. I'm so sorry to Mecha Fox Girl. Here you go. There we go. It's absolute masterclass recreation of the cybercore aesthetic. I adore this game to bits. It is extremely fucking cool. I wish I'd known this game existed sooner. Hello. Confused statue. Sometimes it just doesn't work no matter what you try. But this works, and I don't know why. I'm not sure which is worse. Oh. Yeah, that's game dev. I think I'll continue fucking around here a little bit, so that Punkit will miss less when she comes back, or will have missed less, whatever. Okay, so that's a boost. Got it. I don't know if there's more NPCs that we haven't talked to yet. Oh, hello. Oh, I thought that screen was blue. Still, there are servers and shit still working here. Why are there servers in the digital realm? Okay, stress statue, talked to that one already. Confused statue. I love this game. I love the little blippy sounds when you fly past the server boxes. Ow. Whoops. Hello? Oh wait, okay, there are still 2 more NPCs that we haven't talked to at least. Hello? Thought these were birds. Thought those chairs were birds. Where were you guys? Oh! Okay, that's not a talk, is it? Oh, there's a talk. Just imagine a place you would want to be. No, not home. How about this? Imagine a castle for a stuffed animal, Catsby. Like that painting you like on your notebook, the Cat Paradise. Where would you live? Just picture it in your head. Is that a key? Cat. Yay! Okay, you can collect keys. Also, was that researcher talking about this place? Like, is it how this place was formed? Because it is like a castle. LRPA report 2. I missed one. Computational assistance in dreammentation. Errol K. Lithodelphis Research Projects Agency. LRPA, got it. Zerotes lithodelphis. Summary: gamma frequency signals through mediation headsets were administered to subjects to induce projection into the etheric plane during rapid eye movement, REM sleep. Why is it called that? Why is it called rapid eye movement? That's like the period when we're most susceptible, like when we can dream the most or whatever, right? Why is it called that though? Mentation reports were generated from 42 subjects following awakenings. An additional number of subjects will be tested until data matches hypothesized results. Wait, is that the same thing? Yes. So I guess there's only one page? Oops. Oh. There's two things over there. I love the purring, it's so good. Hello, suspicious statue. And also, hello, Mayor Artfark, hello, welcome. It's pretty liberal. Our eyes dart around under the lids a bunch because the brain is going silly. That's fun. Oh, literal, right, okay. Oh, is that what happens when they show that shit in movies? When someone's having a dream? I see. Okay, that makes sense then. A sussy statue. So far so good. No one suspects me as the spy. But if they can read people's thoughts, will they catch me? I just need to think about something else. Is there a spy? What happened here? I assume this is... Is this a water cooler? This is a water cooler. Okay. I assume it's like... This is very much going to be the type of game where... Like, you can just play through it normally and not really get the bigger lore, per se, of each world. But then you can go exploring and get all these little... dialogue bits and logs and stuff that you can put together, I assume. If happy purrs when it accelerates, does it mean it has to think happy thoughts in order to fly? Do they? Does it? That'd be so cute. I hope so. What? I wonder what kind of happy thoughts does it have to think about? Talkative statue. Did you catch the game last night? Did I catch the game last night? Was there a game last night? That's nice. Happy thoughts. Ah, yay. That's adorable. Okay, there was at least one other thing, I think, up on the tower that we didn't get yet. Maybe not. Oh, yeah, there it is. A little person. Hello. Why didn't she just climb down? Why didn't she just climb down her own hair? Hell. Rapunzel.
Can you hear me?
Doesn't make any sense. I mean, yeah, honestly. I agree. She clearly should have done that. I think there should be a modern adaptation of Rapunzel where she just does that and then she just leaves and that's the end of the story. Okay, so is this the beam? Oh, it is. I wasn't sure if that was what I was supposed to go through because it didn't look like an energy beam per se just yet. Nice! The site is back online. Looks like it's registered to the LRPA. This must be a very old place. Not a connected systems to my ship. Look around for a circuit you can access.
What does that look like?
It looks like a big glass orb. You can use a sonar pulse to help find it. It will show up as a waypoint on your heads-up display. And we know what a sonar pulse is, or at least how to do one, because we looked at the controls. It's all coming back now. I love it when you make little micro adjustments, it goes purr purr purr. It's so good, it's so cute. The gamer orb. The Gorb! We've got the Gorb! Once you enter it, you'll have to connect enough nodes as fast as possible to complete the circuit.
Like a race!
Yeah, that's why I needed you. The faster you connect the nodes, the more energy we can siphon. By the way, you can use our sonar in the circuits as well to locate the nodes you need to fly through. Oh, that would have been useful. Oh, okay, I had to push a button. There we go. Oh my god, the little butt wiggle. Like it's gonna pounce. That's so awesome. This is vibes. Oops. That is less vibes. Wait, the sonar makes you meow. Oh, I missed. Oh. Let me just go and get it. There we go. Ba-da-ba-da-dum. I'm just vibing. This music is... Is this music reminding me of Mega Man Battle Network? Can anyone confirm? Maybe Star Force? I mean, I get it is making me feel about that, but is that accurate? Oh, I did it! Yay! This is some escape type shit. I really fuck with it. Brain too deep. It's Star Force, right? That's the one that I've played more. So when I think about Battle Network, I just think about Star Force instead. I should really play Star Force again. The story was so anime. I really liked it. I remember, and like I thought the little the little like episodic type of like real world adventures that the character and his friends would go on. They would go camping and stuff. So cute, so fun. It's so nice. Now that I'm home, I can see it was 24 months. Yippee, 2 years. Wow! Thank you so much, Kara Cat, for subscribing for 2 years. That's so many. This shit's insane. Thank you. Did I do the best job? Do I get plus 100, whatever that means? I don't. Okay. Nicely done, cat. I see I have a green now. I have a green bar on my green barometer. Thanks! Ah, the little... Thanks! Post 3 mouth. The site has been linked to the ship, and I can see where this...
What is it?
I didn't think I'd ever see this place again.
What is it?
It's... Let's stay focused, Cat. I've set up a hyperlink at the top of one of the towers. You can use that to travel to my ship. I can't show my fucking mouth. Damn it! I was gonna do my 3 mouth on the thing, but I couldn't. That's unfortunate. I've always been a huge Battle Network fan since I was a tinier little mouse, but Star Force is big jams too. I didn't play Battle Network that much, so I mostly played Star Force when that started to release. So that's the bigger one for me. If only you weren't so short. Shut up! It's just that it's not made for people from my universe. I'm normal.
Okay.
Now what do I do? Did they tell me what to do next? Did I forget? Do I just have to do it multiple times? What is that? Hello? Okay, this is the first report. Gamma frequency binaural beats brainwave amplification. Lilo A. Lithodelphis Research Project Agency, Zerotas Lithodelphis. Summary. The purpose of this study was to preserve the effect of gamma frequency binaural beats on gamma frequency brainwave production to induce gamma frequency etheric projection. The study implemented gamma frequency electroencephalography to examine gamma frequency biofeedback and gamma frequency tuned dowsing rods to travel by location and extrasensory travel. This is probably the most heavy worded scientific logs I've ever found in a video game. Results show a promising link in cyber-biological gamma frequency-based harmonization. The LRPA high current binaural sound harmonic gamma frequency generator. Jesus Christ, this is on purpose, right? Translation: use ASMR to astral project. I think that's what this means. Yeah. It's a hyperlink and stuff. Okay, thank you. That's on me that I wasn't paying attention. The LRPA high current binaural sound harmonic gamma frequency generator. This is so awesome. Must be calibrated with extreme care to prevent machine wear, discomfort, or epileptiform discharges. A strong resonant gamma frequency was observed within the following settings. A. Frequency range for both oscillators set between 155 and 195. B. Oscillator frequencies set exactly 0.01 apart from each other. Oh, I see. On the side it says like 2 out of 2, so that's how you know how many pages you're reading. Or what page you're on and how many pages there are. Got it. Alright, so they were... It seems that they were building the VR stuff here. But like... But not here, like, because this is already in VR, this is already virtual. So... Oh wait, this is the little robot, the little statue that I was talking to before. When You're a kitty! Hello! Look at you! Wait, are you the statue I was talking to? Surely I would have noticed your icon was a kitty cat then. Oh, hello. Oh, sorry. Oh. This is so awesome. Oh, where'd you go? Kitty? Hello? Oh, hi. This is so good. Also, there's the statue I was talking to. You fucking killed him. I didn't. I did not. It's okay. The kitty's over there. It's fine. I will leave now before I accidentally do kill it. I gotta say, the way that the camera like resets itself to be upright, and even I think the way that it looks with like the cat's front turning before the back, that is like similar to I think that's similar to how a cat uprights itself so it always lands on its feet. Is that intentional? I don't know, but the it is nice that it like uprights itself like that. So you don't get confused about what's up and down and stuff. Which right now is fairly easy, but I can imagine some other tracks that can become very difficult. Anyway, let's get to the hyperlink. I'm guessing that's you. Kibi. Oh, Kibi is cracked. Oh! But it was such a beautiful statue. Huh. I guess we were off by a bit.
Did I break Kiddo Boys?
No, but I only just started playing. Nah, you just broke the way in. Don't worry, we can fix that later. Anyway, welcome aboard the Eternal September. That's a nice name.
Wow. So this is what a cyber ship looks like?
Yep. Fly over to me at the bridge and I'll catch you up.
Okay.
So we like almost like orbit the websites that we go in. That's very cool. Oh, hi.
Ahoy! Do you require anything else?
You got like a little
Whoa, a robot!
True, I am Bendo Looks Variable Service Robot and the quartermaster of this here fine cyber ship, the Eternal September. Do you require anything else?
What are you up to?
The Eternal September's functionality be currently at 100%. Therefore, I have entered me camaraderie subroutine until that captain inevitably breaks something.
Oh, cool. Want to hang out?
The camaraderie subroutine is for humans.
Ooh.
That's rude. PO11. What were you called again? What did the captain call you? Poot? Potty? I mean, your name does say Potty, but I feel like that's not what you were called. Polly. There we go. Not Potty. No, that's Polly's better. Birthday shave. I couldn't get insured at burst, huh?
Yar.
Okay, bye.
Whoa, that's fast. I could fall asleep to this, actually. I'm gonna put this on loop tonight when I go to bed, I think.
Car battery!
Fuck, ow! I mean... Oh. Aww! It lays down too, it's so fun. That's so cute. Which boy? Yay! Bunk it!
Hey, woo!
Hi. Sorry, I was like, how do I get her attention?
I was vibing with the music too much.
Oh, it was great. I was like, this is awesome. Hell yeah. I'm finally repossessing the rouge that was floating there for like an hour.
Oh yeah. Welcome back.
Yeah, hi. So I see you completed the first world.
Yes, I spent a long time floating around and reading logs and shit.
Okay, so what do you think so far? What do you think so far? I gotta hear your thoughts.
Okay, so the vibes continue to be really, really good. I like the dialogue. I think it's fun.
Yeah.
I like Happy, who's just kind of here and be like, okay.
Yeah, I love that.
Like when the captain is just like, oh man, this place, I remember it from my secret dark past, my backstory. And Happy's like, what? Oh, let's not talk about this. Okay. That's very good.
Happy's just like, I'm a little guy. I don't care.
I'm just a little thing. Yay!
Yeah. I love the in-universe like HUD as well. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, it's super fun. It's super cool and good.
I don't use it very often because I'm often swapping off to like the camera HUD. But
Oh, you can actually do it. Oh.
Yeah, if you click your stick.
Well, I was doing it. I intuitively assumed that it was by pressing the right stick.
Yeah.
Incredible game.
I find it a little handier when you're like managing certain things. You'll just see them at all times.
That's fair.
What is really funny is that your on-screen HUD will appear during cutscenes, and you can swap them during cutscenes. It's always active, which I think is really funny.
Nice.
Yeah. Do you mind streaming it to me?
Oh, right, of course. Sorry.
All good. I'm gonna go heat up my ramen real quick because I realized I never actually grabbed it.
Dude, girl.
I know. I'm sorry.
Get your food. Okay. I was gonna say more, but now I have to wait. Trying to remember what I was even trying to say.
I haven't left yet. What were you trying to say?
Trying to remember what I was trying to say.
Awesome. Oh, you're talking about the HUD. Talking about Polly and Saber. Oh, you're dancing. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I was dancing because to Caipirinha dance, which is a meme around the that's appropriate to the time period that this game emulates.
Yeah.
But
You think about it. I'll go get my ramen.
okay, sure. Ba-ba-ba. I think I was going to talk about the controls. Yes, that seems likely. Ow. the way that when you hit something, your wireframe stays behind, and then like just like it just sort of ragdolls around you. It's so funny. Hello? Are you a gumball vending machine?
Hello.
Bella Lugacha. Oh, you're a gacha. That makes more sense. What voice should you have? Oh my god, your face. I just noticed your face, the little teeth. Hell yeah, dude. Oh wait, are you like a Dracula? Like look at the fucking... Look at the body, which kind of looks like cloak. Bella Lugosi, gotcha. Who's Bella Lugosi? I don't know who that is. The dragon. Oh! Okay, good. Well, then I know what voice to give this character at least.
Egg.
Oh, gotchas are vampires when you think about it. I think that's the joke here, yeah. Which is very fun.
Hello.
Hi. I've just met this character who I have the perfect voice for.
Yeah, Bella like who got
Well, hello there. Look at what we have here. It's another whale. I mean, another customer. Welcome to my humble shop, a subsidiary of Pando Corp. Here, you can unlock customer.
Yo! Outfits? Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck yes.
Here you can unlock customized outfits, patterns, and palettes, all tailored to your unique cyberspace profile that we've been building.
Cool. I'll have one banana, please. It's a banana. I'll have one banana, please.
That's where the fun part comes in. You don't buy the outfit you want. No. You have to unlock an orb with a key.
Yeah. How do I know which orb is the one I want?
It's random.
poor little happy dude.
Yeah.
Doesn't understand how the world works. But knows how the world should work. They don't know, Chad.
Oh, Dad, how do I get a key?
Oh, you want a key? That will be 249.
Saber!
Aww. Yeah.
Can I have 249?
Are you trying to use that Pandal outfit scam machine?
Yeah!
I've already cracked it. Here, I'll give you infinite keys. Yo!
Oh! That feels like
Saber's
cheating!
so cool. I love Happy.
I love Happy so much!
Oh my god, this is so good.
Happy's the best character. So
Yeah.
fucking awesome.
Also, yeah, it's the same price as a tier 2 key. Oh, I love Happy.
I love their little icon. It's so good.
I know, I love the little expressions. Fine, how about this? If you find any private keys out there in the... Wait, that's like a different font. Fine, how about this? If you find any private keys out there in the sites, I'll convert it to an orb key.
Deal!
Also, for every 40 ions, I'm just gonna let her talk normally, you charge, I'll give you a key as well.
Double deal!
Plus, here's 5 on the house.
Triple deal!
What voice did it have? There's an infinitely worse steal than infinite keys. I don't think that's what it was. Whatever.
Oh, I see you've purchased some keys. Let's see what you unlock.
I use a key.
Literally never pieced together this was a vampire. Straight up.
A beret. It's because
Good world.
it's like I saw it from the design, and then Chet was like, "Yeah, the name is a pun on the actor, the original actor of Dracula."
Yeah, that makes more sense now. I just thought it was like a funny gumball machine with like a little fang face. I did not piece together predatory Dracula gumball gotcha machine.
I saw the face first and was like, "Ha ha ha, cute," and then I like noticed that the body kind of looks like a cloak,
Yeah.
and now with the widow's peak as well,
Yeah.
it makes a lot of sense. I'd forget. Ooh, hell yeah, dude, pink. It's because gacha games are vampires and parasites. Grass mohawk, fun. I do love plants. Oh yay! We can play as the robot, who I thought was named Potty for a bit.
Okay, yeah.
Bottle of
Sorry,
Ran.
I was eating ramen.
No, that's
Oh.
alright. Long!
No!
Long!
You got the best one first.
Fuck yeah! Dragon Pico. Rarexy. Yo! Okay, wait, I have to take a picture of that.
Yeah, wait. The hats in this game are so good, actually.
Well, it's specifically because my VTuber group is called RarXD.
That's awesome.
So anytime
Let's
one of
go.
us, yeah, let's go. Anytime one of us sees RarXD in the wild, we have to share it with each other.
Of course.
Okay, go. Derek needs another hat too. You're so right. What kind of hat would you like, Polar Stars? Okay, last key.
Also, the gacha theme, fucking awesome. Love how smooth this sounds.
It's nice. Am I supposed to be doing this rather than controlling the UI right now?
Yeah, that's not normal, I don't think.
Uh-oh. Oopsie.
You're just big chillin'.
I'm just fucking chilling, dude.
You're swimming.
Rotate the kitty cat in your mind. Okay, can I? Alright, I can still do it with my mouse. The propeller hat! Fuck yeah!
I love the propeller hat.
Hell yeah.
You got like all the best ones, like straight up.
Good. Then I never have to do this again.
It's so fun to though.
Oh,
Okay,
you're so right.
You gotta try out Long Cat.
Right, alright. First I have to do a random hat. So I have 32 hats here, so
Makes
we're gonna
sense.
do a random number between... Okay, wait. I will roll a d20, a d10, and flip a coin. D10. It should also be a coin. There we go. Okay, got a coin. D10. Okay. It's a 3 plus 10. So it's 13. And then I've Phil flipping the coin, but it is tails, which I didn't say what was what. Tails is 1 and heads is not 1. And it's tails again.
Awesome.
So that is 14. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. I've done a gacha hat as Polar Stars requested, and it is a tombstone drawn by Green Klong that goes on top of the
That was
Mets,
fun.
which does not bode well for the Mets this season.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. Good. How do I customize? Here we go. The customize option.
Yeah. So I keep
No.
muting. I'm just trying not to eat my ramen sloppily and on stream.
That's okay. We might not even be able to hear it. It's okay.
Okay, awesome.
I love it that this is a
Yeah.
hat. Oh, we gotta go with
Yeah.
long though.
I actually really love the poly.
Ooh.
Wait, does it change your? That's really fun.
It puts like a pastel filter over everything.
Yeah, some of the hats actually change how your vision works. It's very interesting.
That's fun. Like thematically, I should be using the crown, but
Happy is the Burger King.
but long.
Long is pretty great.
Rip the Mets. Fennec Queen needs to be long to compensate. I am what I am.
Yeah, you can't. Listen, you're
can't-
stuck at that height.
I cannot change this. Well. Oh, wait, hold on. Ah, I see. The pattern gets all fucked up.
I love propeller cap Happy because I have a propeller cap. Brings me a lot of joy.
Oh, hell yeah, that's so good. I
It's
feel
not
like
funny
propeller.
at all, but I do feel like a little cartoon when I wear it.
Good. Gotta edit the model live on stream. I don't want to do that because you don't know how much of a pain in the ass it is to
Oh God.
then export it as a usable VTuber model again. Let's see. Pink. This is so funny.
Yeah, the game is good. The game is peak.
It is. Wait, I gotta see. Hold on. What does it look like when I sit down on the ground? Hold on. Let me go inside. This grass is nice, also. This grass and plants and shit. Okay, go down. And sit. It said down earlier, so
I think you are sitting down. It's just that your ass is so far down in the earth it's not showing up.
I don't know about that.
So, I don't know if you checked out FAQ yet, but your anti-grav deactivates when you are in your deceleration mode.
I think that is
So-
sitting down. You're right. I think. Sorry, go on.
So that little icon that appears, like next to your verb meter,
Mhm.
is telling you if anti-gravity is active or not.
I see. Okay, I see. Okay.
So, yeah. Oh, you were gonna talk about the controls, I think.
I whatever.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah.
Let's do a phone call.
What's this thing?
That's your station communications officer, Happy. It's a peer-to-peer phone. You can use to talk to anyone.
Cool. I'm just going to pick a random number.
I love Happy so much.
Happy's
Happy's the best. You do that. Thanks, Saber.
Hello?
Do you want to be the random number?
Yes, who is this?
I'm happy.
Who?
Cool.
Hello?
Yes, who is this?
I'm a cat.
I think you have the wrong chat, Al.
Hello?
Yes, who is this?
John.
John who?
John Tuller. John Tuller.
Oh, you're...
Damn, they saw right through me.
Okay, let's continue the game now. Oh, hello.
That's
Didn't
always
even have to
there.
push-
I don't think you ever get anybody new on that.
What? You're going through tunnel. Hello?
Hello?
You got real quiet all of a sudden. That was weird.
That's... my headset just does that sometimes. Yeah, I
Cool.
don't think... They have that station there. I don't think it ever gets used more than that conversation that one time.
Good. That's great. You're very talented at making silly baby voices.
Thank you. I have done a lot of voice training. I am such a voice actor.
Hell yeah.
Well, look at what the U dragged in.
So, where are we flying to? I'm already doing a new voice. Why did you redeem an old voice if I'm already doing it?
Oh shit, I have to join too.
Oh yeah, now every character has to be Ulu. We're not flying anywhere. What?
I never noticed her dolphin pin that she has.
Oh yeah, that's nice. The word dolphin has popped up a few times. I wonder if that's relevant.
I didn't actually know.
Oh, nou, misschien komen we er wel achter als we het spel blijven spelen, hè?
Yeah, I see. Okay, I'll talk to you in a minute.
Oh, nee, we kunnen nu ook gewoon oppraten, hoor. Is geen probleem.
I love the flag.
Ja, dat is dus zodat ik zelf herinner dat ik Nederlands moet praten. Als ik die vlag niet heb, dan vergeet ik het misschien.
Very, very cool.
Hello, squid.
Squid?
Squid.
Oh shit. I saw the notification. I didn't know it was gonna show up. Now I know.
Now you know.
Oh yeah, once this cutscene's over, remind me to talk about the Eternal September.
Yeah, it's okay. We're not flying anywhere. Y'all are going to be hyperlinking to some sites to siphon energy, remember? Take a sec to acquaint yourself with the ship. You should check out the FAQ if you want to learn some lead flying techniques. Fuck yeah. There's also the gacha shop that I can't get rid of. Just ignore that. When you're ready, I've opened up a hyperlink to the Cyber Garden. In the Cyber Garden. Wow, I can talk and read and such. To an old weather research station. Ah, you've told me of this. You should head there next.
Yes, my favorite fucking level.
Alright, Captain. I am reading additional energy signals originating from the Null Space Castle. We shall send a stowaway back to that there to squeeze out some more energy.
Stowaway?
The cat's not a stowaway robot. Oh wait, she I don't know Saber's pronouns. They have a...
Wait.
Saber has a tendency to not use commas when saying cat or robot at the end of a sentence. It gets confusing.
Yeah, they've got Homestuck type beats in this. They all have different typing styles.
Yeah, I've noticed, which is very good. The cat's not a stowaway robot. This is our newest crew member.
Captain, I should remind you that this ship requires 5 human crew hands to operate at peak efficiency.
Well, I've got the captain and engineering roles covered, and we don't really need medical. Happy can be the navigation officer.
Navigation officer? They got lost on the way here.
It's not our fault.
It's not our fault.
No, yeah. Fine, communications officer then.
Huh?
Captain.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Let's go.
I love you, Happy.
Oh, Peppy, so much!
Happy's perfect.
Happy's the fucking best, dude. This is incredible.
It's wonderful. I love Happy so much. Best character in video games to talk about.
Fucking honestly, though, here's the thing, right? This is the kind of dialogue that you would never get from like a game that has like a big team, especially now if it's like AAA, because they're always like, oh no, we have to like get this proof read, and then someone goes like, oh, this dialogue doesn't sound, I don't know, dialogue-y enough.
Yeah.
This just sounds like jokes, but it all fits together, you know? It just sounds, it feels naturally written, is what it does. Someone was just having fun writing this, you know?
You can tell Jam to Go was just like having a good time writing these characters.
Jim to Go was also in chat earlier. I don't know if they're still here.
What? Oh my god! That's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hi.
Yeah, still there. Hi.
Hi, Jim to Go. I'm a huge fan of your work. This game is so cool.
It's so fucking
you did
good.
Awesome.
Sorry, yeah?
Oh, yeah, nope.
Oh, yeah, you wanted to tell me about Eternal September.
Oh, yeah, okay. I think the Eternal September is a reference to... It's like an old Usenet term for when, like, AOL became more widespread. I'm totally butchering this probably, but it was in September of like something in the 1980s or really early 90s when people got more widespread access to the internet. It was called the Eternal September because new users just kept popping up, if I recall. And so like it's a reference to that old term for like this is when the internet like exploded the first time, essentially.
That's super cool. I liked it a lot.
I'm gonna double check that because I think that's what it is.
Also, Gentico, thank you very much. If you ever need happy voice for anything, a trailer or whatever, hit me up.
Hell yeah. Yeah, okay. It's Usenet slang for a period beginning around 1993 when internet service providers began offering Usenet access to many users. The flood of new users overwhelmed the existing culture for online forums and the ability to enforce existing norms. Yeah, okay, so...
Nice.
Yeah, it's basically the term for when shit exploded.
Cool.
It's a really cool little reference. I like it a lot.
That's very good. And it works very well as the name of the ship.
It really does. It's such a beautiful name, but it's such a
really
funny
is.
origin.
Alright, so let's do the FAQ. Hello. Ow.
So, the crashing into things gets better the more upgrades you have, thankfully.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so like it might feel finicky in the first like zone or two. Once you start putting points into it, it's a lot more fun to like manage.
This rules.
It rules so much.
It's so fucking good. I love everything.
Ahoy, Happy! Welcome to the Flexible Auxiliary Quarters, or the FAQ for short.
Is this part of the ship?
Aye, 'tis a subsite attached to the Eternal September. The captain can modify it to suit whatever their needs be. For some reason, the captain has decided it best be turned into a gym for you to practice your, quote, elite flying techniques.
That's sick!
Hell yeah, dude.
I agree.
Hell yeah, it is. I read a little deeper, and it's specifically September because traditionally September was when a bunch of college students would start using the net for the first time.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting.
That's super interesting. I was wondering like where the September came from then. That's really good.
Head inside if you fancy to study these lead flying techniques. Otherwise, if you want to head back to the ship proper, you can use the hyperlink over there. Also, if you find any intriguing programs to pillage out in cyberspace, the captain will copy them here.
The long.
Yeah. It's so long. Yeah, if you find cool shit, it'll just appear here also. And it's different from when you find it out in the web. Like, they're alternate versions, so they're worth checking out twice.
Nice. Like your whiskers. I said this too. I love how there's just so many long fucking terms. Like stupidly long terms. It's so good.
It's awesome.
It's really good. Advanced Movement Techniques, Volume 1. Whiskers. With height intersect sensing kinetic energy recovery system. The fastest way to get around cyberspace is by surfing with your whiskers. Your whiskers sense in 8 directions around you. I just realized that like those lines that pop up, those are the whiskers. That's really good.
Yep. It's a really cute theme.
And the way it's displayed here with the ASCII art. Super good.
Yeah.
Anything you can crash into, you can surf. More. The closer you are to an obstacle, the more Uber boost per second you generate. To make this easier, you could upgrade your whisker length plus crash avoidance stats in your upgrade menu. Let's have a look. Do I have any? Okay, I don't have any upgrade cells. Okay.
Yeah.
That's speed.
Gotta earn those. Oh, that art is so cute. I always forget to look at it.
That's very cute. Oh,
the correct one's really good.
That is so good. That is so good. I love that art. So clever.
Yeah.
Automatically roll to level to horizon. Right, I'm turning this off is difficult to handle. You can turn it off. That's wait. Oh, okay, cool. I could like adjust things now if I wanted to.
Oh,
which also means that like spend upgrade cells aren't permanent, so that's also very good.
Yep. It's really handy because you might actually want to downgrade yourself for some missions to like have better control over what it is.
Right. Nice.
Yeah. It's
so
a very
good.
modular little system. It's very intuitive to use, I guess. You get the hang of it pretty quickly.
Excuse me. It's simple, but it's very good. I yawn funny. I do most things funny, I'm gonna be honest.
That's the real. I also yawn funny. It's an important thing to do.
Yeah. Survive impact at higher speeds, faster recovery, extra life in battles. We're gonna fight people.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
That's half the game, baby. You'll figure out more what that is soon. I promise.
Cool. Use air drag when it makes it harder to move. Okay.
Also, really funny thing. So from my understanding, this game was made sequentially. It was released in 3 parts. So you will steadily see the game get like actually better as you like progress through the game.
But it's already so good.
But it's already so good, which
It's already
makes
so
it
fucking good.
better.
That's insane. How is this possible?
Yeah.
Zoe is silly. She thinks she's normal, but she's silly. But I'm always saying how normal I am.
You're so normal.
I'm so normal. How could I not be normal?
How good.
How could? I know it's tempting to pure pedal to the metal all the time. Yes, it is. But you do have air brakes for a reason. Make sure to brake if you need to turn quickly. Braking increases your speed turn, boosting decreases your speed turn. Another stylish way to turn is drifting. Instead of slamming the brakes, let go of the acceleration and start turning. Your momentum will carry you in the direction you were previously headed. Whoa! I am normal. What an interesting way of doing drifting. It's quite smart, honestly, because like you use those buttons that way. If you just it's not braking, it's not gas, it's just letting go of the gas and then you brake. Smart.
Yeah.
When you hit acceleration again, you'll carry some of the momentum into the new direction you're turned to. Cool. Be careful though, if you're not accelerating, gravity will start to pull you down. See the gravity post for more details. By the way, you could also increase your turn sensitivity in your pause menu if you want to turn super fast. Ow.
Love this game.
It's very good. Hello. Ow. Read. There we go. Oh, I love that! I love that! That is
It's so cute.
That's so cute! Oh, so much love! Volume 3, Gravity. Ever wonder why you're not plummeting to the ground? Well, you can thank your anti-gravity system. What a simple name. I'm surprised.
I know. Crazy.
Yeah. It must be an abbreviation.
Yeah. It has to be.
It has to be.
No.
This is known. When you're not moving, it lets you float effortlessly in the air like a slightly deflated helium balloon. However, when you start flying, the cumbersome grip of gravity will grab you once again. If you're accelerating fast, this force is mostly negated, but when you stop, you'll fall into your anti-gravity... Wait, hold on. Let me read. If you're accelerating fast, this force is mostly negated, but when you stop, you'll fall until your anti-grav kicks in. Right, got it? You can use gravity to your advantage. It's faster to fly down than up. Plan out your routes through circuits to prevent flying upwards too much. Look for the anti-gravity symbol on the bottom right side of your heads-up display. It will fade on when you've come to a stop. Okay.
See, I'm glad you're seeing this all now, because I didn't. I did not go to FAQ for a while like a dummy. And it made First World so much fucking harder.
Oh. Well, it's good that you, told me of its existence, otherwise I might not have bothered.
Yeah.
Saber also told me about it, but if you hadn't already told me, suggested I go there, I would have been like, I know how to play the game. I'm a gamer, you know?
That's what happened with me.
I've beaten Dark Souls 1 and 3.
You just got lost in the opening section.
That's true. I did do that.
Hell
Twice.
Yeah, welcome to my favorite world in the game, baby.
Oh, yippee, I'm so excited. Wow, the Eternal September is your favorite world?
Yeah, I love the Eternal September. I forgot where you were going for a second there. Also, I love that you can bump into the pieces of the kit first. It's so good.
Oh, can you? That's so cool that that's just here also. Oh!
It rocks. It rocks.
That
it's
is so cool. That is so good.
It's peak video games.
This is peak video games. Oh shit.
Awesome.
This is my estrogel line.
Hell yeah. I should take mine too. I'm gonna do that
Yo.
right
Eee. Stop! You're gonna get me a couple more seconds. Stop. Okay, cool.
Hey.
now. I'm going
some
to take my
reason-
pills.
Ah, yes, I will take my gel during the break.
Hey.
Yay! We're going to take a 20 or so minute break while I do my estrogel.
Okay, awesome.
This is what we always do on the stream.
Hell yeah.
I like to have a little intermission so people can do a couple things such as take their meds if they have to do so, stay hydrated, get a sticky, stretch their leggies, etc. Listen to some nice tunes that I'll play during the break, and then we'll be back with more Conversed, which I am really loving. This is so fucking good. Thanks so much for Punkit for sharing this game with me. It's
I'm so glad you're
good.
enjoying it.
Yay.
Finally, somebody can share the brain rot with me.
Yes! So good. Alright. Can look at the clock in this time zone and slowly shake my head. Your time zone? Hey, wait. Oh, wait, I just noticed that the time... Oh, wait, that's just what it says for the save. I thought it was like the in-universe. Is it in-universe? Wasn't it also
it's
April
in-universe.
9th?
Yeah,
Was
it's
it-
April 9th.
Yeah, wasn't it also like at the start of the game? Didn't it say it was April 9th?
Yeah, it does that for you, which I think is fun. It's even on the
That's-
dialogue boxes.
That is awesome. That is so good. I love this game. All right.
It's so good.
I'll see you guys in 20 or so minutes. Bye-bye. Also,
Alrighty.
Punkit, you will also be muted, just so you know.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Shit. glad to hear that. If I may take a moment of your time, I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you about something so new, so revolutionary, so exciting, that it will completely change your life. Now I know what you're thinking. Trust me, I get it. So I'm gonna cut right to the chase. If you respect high quality, if you expect only the best, then folks, let's get right down to business. If you enjoy having fun, if you like guarantees, that sounds just like me. I proudly present to you the perfect product. It's perfect for you, perfect for your family, it's perfect for your friends. A product you can trust, you can totally rely on, a product you can believe in. Just enjoy your time with it. It's a product you can love, a product you will like. I know that you're gonna like this product. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go into further detail and give you some more information. Yes, please. Because we really want you to feel comfortable with all your product-related decisions. Now, a couple questions. Would you classify yourself as top-notch? Do you like being the talk of the town? Let's say you get excited about great value. Then boy, do I have exciting news for you. Well, stand by, because I'm about to tell you the secret to unlocking a lifetime of satisfaction. The perfect product. It's perfect for you. Perfect for your family. It's perfect for your friends. The perfect product. The perfect product. It's made for me. The perfect product. Gotta have it. Really need it. Lifetime warranty. The perfect product. The perfect product. Ultimate love guarantee, baby. The perfect product. The perfect product. It's made for me. Just have fun with it. Arise, my dear, our love endures. Turn away, sleepless
I don't know if Punket's ready yet, but hi everyone!
I am ready. Hello.
Oh, she is ready.
She is ready.
She's
Car
smack fucking
battery!
ready. Oh, fuck! Ow! Hello.
I brushed my teeth and I shaved up.
Hell yeah.
It was good. I was like, oh wait, I probably should do that before I continue my day past noon.
It tends to be smart. Sorry, I'm just doing a little bumps on the show where I sing the game's praises real quick.
You're all good. Oh yeah, I should reblog the thing on Twitter.
If you want it. Also, yeah, I did make some things more expensive because people were telling me that everything was too cheap. They were telling me I have 1 kajillion points saved up, Zoe. What the fuck am I gonna do with it all? And so it was like, well, spend it. What was I gonna do? I just... Shit. I thought of something that I had to do. Now that we're back from the break. Fuck. Look at all of my program. Oh, I remembered. I saw a U-bot who's stuck. Whee! There you go. Cool. Ow. Anyway, hi everyone. Welcome back. Yippee! Yippee! Ah, squid! Or not welcome back if you only just showed up. I am... Yippee! I am Yippee. I am Queen Defenic right now, but always Zoe. And with me here is my friend Punkit.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi. And we're playing the best fucking video game in all the times. Oh my god! I'm being assaulted. So sometimes Zoe is Yippee Queen. This is true. When I'm on other people's streams specifically, I tend to be Yippee Queen, which is a good time.
Queen is the best edition, honestly. I love opening up my little talk sprite and going, "Oh, there's Yippee Queen."
There's Yippee Queen, yeah. Oh,
It's true.
I love Yippee Queen.
When I see Yippee Queen, I go Yippee.
Yippee. The lore for Yippee Queen is especially good because there's like specific lore for all my models, but then Yippee Queen she's here now.
yeah, I remember you telling me about that. I think you were the one I told about the Kiwis in Astrogard.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're here now. Whatever.
They're here now. Let me do some eggs. Wait. How did I get here? As well as space junk. Windows Millennium Edition. Also, I'm sorry, I'm eating a chocolate egg. If you can hear that.
How fitting.
And there we go. There's the eggs. And now we can. That's not cringe. And now we can get back to the game.
Yippee!
Yay! Flowers. Lavender.
I love how this game looks. It's so pleasant.
It is. Oh, right, we're along.
Literally peaky.
Let's go out. Oop, ah. Wait, so hold on. What is Anemoy? Wait, so do we want to go here or?
You can do either, honestly. So there's some additional stuff, some lore on Saber and LRPA, or you can progress and go to Anima Station. Either are pretty good choices.
I think I'll continue.
Okay, you can always go back to LRPA.
Yeah, so that's good.
Yeah, all the sites are accessible.
Where the state? Ooh,
Yeah.
it's so beautiful. It's so
It's
beautiful.
gorgeous. It's so good.
Oh, and the sandy sands and beaches and shit down there, and the
the
little
soundtrack.
glowing cloud icon. That's so good. I love this
It
place.
doesn't get any better than this.
This is the best, dude. Welcome to Anemoy Station.
What is this? Wow, I'm being raided! Wow!
Little Green Fox and all their viewers, hello, welcome! I am Queen of Fennec currently, or Fennec Queen, but always Zoe, and I'm trying to open my thermos so I can pour tea. There we go. I'm here with my friend Punket, and we're playing the greatest game of all time, Kitten Burst, which has the fucking best Y2K cyber aesthetic I've ever seen, and it has funny writing. And the music. What's not to love?
What's not to love? Really?
What is not to love? War.
So true, actually. Luckily, there's none of that in here.
Luckily not.
Close one.
I'm sure the story won't reveal that there was a war or some shit.
Never.
I think war is pretty cool, but what is it good for? Hua! Or whatever, you know? Hua!
Yeah.
This game looked very neat, so I'm excited to see. It is very neat. I hope you had a good time with your stream as well.
What is this place?
In Meat Space, we've been collecting data. I love the term Meat Space.
Yeah.
That's also what I call it.
Yeah.
Considering I'm a digital
like-
entity.
Yeah, that's actually the term for it in this game. Specifically, like, there's cyberspace and there's meat space.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's so good.
It's awesome.
Like, I would take a sippy, but I just pour tea and it's still hot, so.
I think I just lost my concerto. What the hell?
Oh, what?
Sorry, continue.
Like I asked, why isn't it called Bone Space? Well, it's not called Bone Space because we have bones in the digital realm. I would not be able to move the way that I did if I didn't have bones. But we don't have flesh or meat. You know, we don't have real flesh or meat. We can have simulated flesh or meat, but we have actual bones. Like, they are specifically called bones. We have skeletons or armatures, depending on who you're talking to, and by who I mean what program. So that's why we can't call it Bone Space.
Yeah.
And I think Meat Space just sounds a bit nicer than Flesh Space, because then you have like the two sounds. So you got like Flesh Space. You can say Flesh Space. You know?
Yeah. Meat space just rolls off the tongue better.
Yeah, Meat Space. It's good. Can the bones be gnawed on? Well, they don't typically have collision. The bones themselves. Well, I guess the collision is on the bones just as the mash is on the bones. So I guess they do, but, well, I guess you can gnaw on the bones. Technically speaking, you can gnaw on the collision boxes. That's what you can gnaw on.
Yeah.
You know? Inside every digital entity is a bone soldier. We're gonna fight the Digiskele War. The Digiskeleton War. What was that shit called again? Was it called the Skeleton Wars?
Yeah, the skeleton wars.
The Digiskeleton Wars, yeah. The Skeleton Cyber Wars, dude!
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude!
Fuck yeah, dude! Hello, I'm a skeleton. I'm reporting for duty.
Yeah. Commander.
I once voiced like a bunch of skeletons for like a shit post, just like 50. I mean, I did Skeletor as well for one of yours one time, but for once I just voiced a crowd full of skeletons, and I gave them all like slightly different voices, and I made them all say very funny things when they're all like booing a guy. It's like all lost in the cacophony of nah.
That's awesome. I love that.
The only thing you can still hear at the very end, one of them goes, "Get out of here!"
That's awesome. I love that kind of thing.
Thank you. What? I'm just so sad you can't hear them like, "No, we don't like you, no!"
I'm getting it now, at least, you know?
But yeah, you're getting it now.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, in Meat Space, we've been collecting data on the weather for centuries. All the data wound up here in cyberspace. Animal built this station to study it, but they abandoned it after weather came to life and started attacking everyone! In the Meat Space or in here? I think it's in the Meat Space. Can we make the skeleton cacophony every team? Oh, that is funny.
Good.
That's pretty funny.
Good.
Put it in stream suggestions, and we'll like do a vote or something after the stream. That would be very funny. I'm very much considering it. I don't know if I still have the individual audio files for all of the skeletons. I think we'll have to see.
Oh, Zoe, something's happened to me.
What?
Something's happened to me.
What?
The cyberspace is transforming me. Zoe, oh my god!
Whoa! Plug it! Plug it! Plug it! No! Yay!
Hi!
Hi! Yay! You're a horse now. You're your
I'm
beautiful
horse
horse, Sona.
Yeah.
Yay!
Hi.
Oh, it's adorable. It looks so nice.
Thank you, thank you.
You just drew that just now as I was streaming and stuff.
Yeah, I did. I feel like the rouge is a little tall on me right now.
Oh,
Covered
yeah,
in my
you're right.
eyeball.
Actually, I was thinking like, why can't I see your whole face? there you go. The little thing you even got like where you look up and stuff. You take this to the next level.
Thank you, thank you. I love making little funny talk sprites. They're my favorite.
It's Horse from Horse.comic.
It's true. Horse.comic is pretty good. I gotta use that.
Yeah, I feel like you gotta jump on that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Look, you think you're doing well, and then suddenly the clouds develop sentience, and the first thing they think to do is kill. Programming issues, am I right?
So true. So true.
As a sentient video game character, I feel like it's not so much programming issues as just the way we're treated. Sega, Team Sonic developers put me in the trash can. I would kill them.
Yeah, you should,
I would kill you, Sega.
I fully support your quest for vengeance,
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will either kill them or convince them to put me in a game, even if it's a cameo. That'd be good enough,
Yeah.
Comics, maybe. That's my long-term goal, is to like become friends with enough people that work on Sonic stuff to get cameoed. So far, I'm at a solid 0.
Did I ever tell you that the fucking writer of Sonic, the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, drew
Yeah,
Susan
I
Taxpayer?
know, yeah, Ian. Or not Ian. It's so fucking cool.
Ian's
Hell
so
yeah.
cool. Everybody go check out Ian.
Did Susan Taxpayer fan art as well, right?
Yeah.
Very good, very cool. Oh, this is funny.
Big
If the
yawn.
clouds came to life, you're yawning. She's EP. If the clouds came to life and killed everyone, I wouldn't worry. I'm sure things would all blow over. Ha 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 ha. That's funny. That's good.
Very good. Very good.
Alright, Animal, I built this station, study it, but then other stuff.
What?
You'll be fine. They won't take you. You're a program.
Kevin, I be reading 6 circuits that we can draw ion energy from.
Alright, you know what to do, cat.
I
Look, you happy?
I love Happy so much.
do. Yeah, I got this. 6 races to win.
Good luck, have fun. Nice.
Okay, for a long time, I did not know what that stood for. I thought they were just going golf, and I was like,
Golf! Golf.
golf.
That's awesome. Are you a race?
Yes.
Yes.
Love this
Yeah.
fucking racing track. It's so good. Oh yeah, have you been using your sonar?
Well, is this? I did once during the previous thing. I was gonna say I was hoping I'd get more races that are like more linear paths rather than searching for collectibles around like a little circular area. Cause I get to go more
there's a
fast.
variety. Yeah, this one's really good for that because this is pretty linear, all things considered.
Oh, I did it. Did
Yeah.
I beat the record? Did I win? It does say new record, so
no.
I think oh.
I think I have like something around 10 seconds for this one.
Damn, holy shit, nice.
Yeah,
Great job.
but I mean, look at that, pretty good.
I
Pretty
did
good.
get very good. I did do very good job. I could do faster. See, I'm already adjusting before the race even starts. Oh! I can't read that whole name, but thanks for following. Because I'm...
It's so loud.
A second cat! Oh, it's me.
Yeah, you're
I
like
assume
the
it's my
part
ghost.
ghost follows you.
I must be my ghost. My ghost's not even long. What's up with that?
Messed up.
I don't think I'm gonna be my ghost, I'm gonna be honest with me. Flora Alpha Fam. Hello, thank you very much for following. Okay, let's try again. This time I will defeat me.
Yeah. Your boost should come in clutch.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, I can definitely shave off some time there actually.
Yeah.
I just kept seeing the cans and be like, ha 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 ha.
I mean, yeah, the can's the best part.
Oh, you get a little bit of boost every time you touch one of those scenes. Yep.
Yeah.
Boom! I'm amazing.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
There
Good shit. Hell
we still don't go.
Yeah, it don't move a whole ton.
Oh well. Is it the wait? Oh,
I did it! Yippee!
we're pulling over 50 ion energy from the circuit alone. Pretty amazing for a noob. See, it's okay when they say it.
Yeah.
What's that? Is that the exit? That's the exit, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. You can press sonar and it'll tell you what the location is.
Where?
Ah yes, the eternal September. Keep it up, Cat. We've got 5 more to go. Feel free to retry that one if you want. The faster you complete it, the more ion energy we get. Or you could come back later once you've powered up a bit.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, wait.
UFOs. Up.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm good at this.
No. You can actually restart with one of the face buttons.
Oh, okay.
There's a fast restart. I accidentally pressed it 1 or 2 times when I was doing it, so be aware. But
you were just like,
Actually,
what's
because
happening?
originally it was because I read it as a PS4 controller and not a Switch one. But eventually read it as a Switch one. So the face buttons got switched around. So I was like, I'm gonna accelerate, restart race.
I should try drifting. I'm gonna do it right now. Oh, I try it and I do it. Bunket, we're gaming. Well, it says no. It says no entry over there. How exciting! That just makes me want to entry more.
You did great for this race. I did horrible on this my first try.
That's because I'm a gamer, as we've seen.
You're a gamer, yeah.
Cassette Punk, thank you very much for following as well. Your name is fucking awesome. That's such a good name.
Oh my god! Hi, Cassie.
Oh, that's someone you know?
Yeah. Love Cassette
Yay!
Punk.
Hi!
I have Cassette's art on my wall as a print right now.
Yo, wait. Do I know this person then?
Cassette did the art for Lesbian Unicorns with Weapons, the Violet Pony song.
I don't know what song that is. So sorry.
That's okay. It's really good.
It sounds awesome.
It's a great song.
It sounds like something I'd enjoy.
I'll send the art to you sometime.
Hell yeah, please do. Okay.
Another one down. I'm halfway done.
No. Wait, yes? No, that was only the second one.
False. You have only completed a percentage.
Holly.
You've only completed a percentage of 33.33333333.
Polly, what did I tell you about repeating digits? Truncate. What's our Oh, that's so rude.
That's so
Now,
mean.
if I could have done the bit where I also could not read this. That would have been funny.
Yeah. Would have been funny.
But-
good thing you can't. 'Cause
But
I
if
can't.
yeah, right, yeah, you could have just told me. But
yeah.
if because Happy is an AI as well, right? I think so. And I'm
yes.
yeah, and I'm an AI. So if Happy can read it, then I would also be able to read it. I guess by the rules of this world.
Hey, don't call him that.
Okay, yes, all right. You're so mean to them, though. That's really funny, though. Once I become a robot, I will not. Other people will be able to insult me that way.
Yeah. No, the captcha.
No, you could read that. Oh, Saber didn't expect that. Okay, so it's special. So maybe I wouldn't be able to read it.
He's a special little guy.
Blasty, what did it say?
Ah, yeah, the letters were just squiggly.
Interesting.
What did it say?
I don't know. Conversation over.
Oh, before I forget, it looks like you leveled up. I have. Oh, Woot! Dude, I miss Woot. Whatever happened to Woot?
Woot's a classic, you know?
Woot was so fun. Woot!
Your old friend Woot.
Yeah, dude. Where did it come from? Why did it disappear?
Yeah.
Can we have a little? Can we have a video, a YouTube documentary about Wood?
I would love that. I would prefer that over like what happened to Mr. Shit, whatever the video's called.
What happened to Mr. Shit? I love it. It's so funny.
Black bar over his eyes.
Yeah, with like a whole bunch of static nonsense in the background. Sometimes internet slang does need to come back.
Yeah.
It's true. Lamau has been kind of making a comeback as well.
Yeah. Love them out.
When you level up, you can use that ion energy you've been collecting to upgrade your skills. You should head into your pause menu and go to upgrade. There, you'll be able to select what skill you want to power up.
Okay.
Not pause like PAWS. That's so sad.
Yeah, someone was saying it earlier. It was like, if this is a pause menu, where to pause, huh?
Yeah, a slam dunk right there. Oh well.
Right.
Thank you, Polar Stars.
Thank you. The rise and fall of some interchangeable white dude you've never heard of before. Listen, the only good video essays are by Jacob Geller.
You know, I've actually not watched a whole lot of Jacob Geller. I should get around to that.
Oh, I love his stuff. He's not the only good one, by the way, but like, oh my god, he is insanely fucking good. We also have, well, that's the thing, is like, do I call them video essays? Because similarly to like Defunctland, I really feel like they kind of move beyond that and just become like these mini documentaries.
Yeah. I
They're
think
just
once it hits
that
like a
good.
certain level of like production, it ends up being a documentary.
Yeah, at the point where it's not just like someone just in a chair and then sometimes they have like a slideshow, you know?
Yeah, I think documentary is specifically like going out and seeking information to make it comprehensive, and video essay is like talking about a facet of something. Like obviously that's nebulous, but it kind of defines the two in my head. Like if somebody's like, I'm going to tell you about the exact history and dates and production of this thing, that's a documentary. If somebody's like, here's why Mr. Shit's storytelling is so peak, and that's like a video essay to me, you know?
Right, yeah. Well, Jacob Geller like has stuff about the fear of the cold.
Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know. I have to watch it.
You should. It's a really fucking good video.
I will. I'll write it down now.
Hell yeah. Let me know what you think. I also like time loop nihilism. That's also a very good one.
Hell yeah.
And also every other video he's ever made.
Yeah, of course.
Although some of them I just haven't watched. He has one about the death penalty, I think.
Damn.
Yeah, and I just haven't watched that one because his videos can get pretty heavy. So when the subject is also very heavy, you know, I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be in a good mood, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
How's video gaming going? This video game is fucking awesome, and I am having so much fun idly moving up and down the upgrade menu as we talk about other things.
I would recommend upgrading your Uber if you can, because you've got a really small amount right now, and it really comes in handy later.
Right, sure.
I love
see
this
another one.
app so much. Oh, it's gorgeous.
Oh, these are like giant wind turbines. Well, they're not wind turbines, is not what that is, but you get what I mean. Propellers.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
I think I talked to Zoe before. Oh, sorry. You read a thing first.
No, it's it's all right. I was gonna respond to a chat message, but I think you also were.
I think I talked to Zoe before I started posting about it on Tumblr, honestly. I was like, check this out.
I think it might have been, yeah. You were like, I was just like, hey, how's it going? And you were like, I'm fucking obsessed, dude.
I'm not normal right now.
I'm not normal. You have to look at this with me. And then I was like, well, hey, that sounds really cool. And then you showed me more, and I'm like, oh, hey, this. Wait, hold on. This is actually.
Wait, hold on.
Wait. Oh. So then I was like, oh my god, I have to. What it specifically was, like, I would have. There were like several factors that were keeping me from playing it.
Oh, you still got it.
Yeah, I still got it. That's good. One of those was money. That I was just kind of. It was like you were telling me about it in a time when I had already spent a bunch of money recently. So I was like, well, shouldn't do that now. And the other thing was, since it's such a like relatively small and little known game and stuff, I was like, I want to do this on stream to get it in front of more people's eyes so they can be like, wow, I'm also going to, support this dev and stuff. So that's this is my moment. This is my cool segue, chat, that you should go to the Steam page and buy it.
Yeah.
You should.
You should do it. You should do it right now. Also, chat, if you buy the soundtrack, it comes with a Winamp skin.
Oh my god.
I'm using it right now.
That is so good.
It's so good. It's
That
so
is
good.
so fucking. Oh my god. wipes away tear. That is so good.
Wipes away tear. It's peak.
Oh, why did I restart? Oh well.
Uh,
It's so peak. It's so peak.
yeah, I'm glad another developer had the idea to include Winamp skins as like a little bonus. I was like, yes, somebody gets it. It's fun to do those.
It's really good. Man, I should be using Winamp.
I use Wake Up or WACUP, which is the like open source redone version. And it's a lot easier to use than the current Winamp or whatever. It's the one everybody uses now instead of the actual Winamp program. But it rocks. It's so cool.
Hell yeah.
It does whip the llama's ass, as they say in all the demos.
Oh, there's nothing. Yes, it is. Yay! New
Hey, new
record.
record. Let's go.
Let's go.
I
To a
forgot, have you
different
talked to
one.
Any of the little NPCs around here?
I don't know if I've found any yet.
I think you ran by one actually.
I might have. I kind of forgot because I was just, I played the game, yay! Woo!
Hey, Bowie!
Hey?
011011101100110110110110110
Someone type that into like a decoder, please.
I like to imagine Happy really did say it exactly like that.
I would think so. Gonna go in the water. No. So true, bestie. Also, yes, I totally did get an S rank on the previous race and also every other race. Oh, you're an NPC, aren't you? Yeah.
I'm not to them yet. Wow.
I know.
You gotta-
Don't worry.
Okay, sorry. I had it happen to me like twice, and I was like, no. I can't let my friend fall the same mistake.
Thank you for protecting me, Punkit. But yeah, if someone could just like take a screenshot of these numbers and then
Let me see if I can do it really quickly. I got my phone on me.
hell yeah. Anyway, I saw that code earlier and just wrote it off as decorational.
It's text. Read me out the text. What is it?
The dopamine rush from running into a pile of barrels, real.
So true.
It's so
Oh,
real.
Google Lens, you are as useless as always. Awesome. Oh well.
Thanks, dipshit.
Let's
The
see
stretch
here.
wireframe of the body too.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Oh, Next has got it. What does it say?
Got it. Okay, tell us. Aww.
Now I'm halfway. The boy, Noe.
I love you, Happy.
Awesome. So good. Oh, well, there's another one. It's shorter though. I wonder if it just says okay.
We're gonna see, because I am typing it out as we speak.
It probably doesn't. Okay is 4 words. I mean letters. Maybe okay, exclamation point.
That's 4? Okay. I think I've got it. Let me see. Binary translator. Slap that baby in there.
Let's go.
Yeah, I actually don't know what these say because I never checked when I was doing it, even though I have more time than you do. In terms of like playing game.
Mm-hmm.
I see Google is
Whoa!
for me. Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa! The tube. Also, it says true.
Yeah, it says true.
That's cute. The long tube.
Welcome to my tube.
This is the squiggle or whatever it was called.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Squingle, yeah. What are you two doing? What the fuck are you two talking about?
Yes.
I am fucking. Why do you keep getting My Little Pony role players on your posts?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm obsessed with the spoonful of generosity just showing up to my post and then saying the most out-of-pocket shit.
I know.
Like, you can't be saying that white pony. You can't be doing that.
It's so insane. Oh my god.
It's extraordinarily funny. Like, hey, wait, I'm having like a normal conversation here, and like 2 MLP role players in the year of our Lord 2024 are like, I'm going to roleplay in Gmod in front of you, and then say
The Gmod one is the
shit.
funniest.
Yeah. For a long time we thought Spoonful of Generosity was gone, but nope, they're still around.
Still
they did
around.
not deactivate. Yeah.
It's
just like,
so.
you can't be saying that.
It's like that there are still role players on Tumblr is great. They are, you know, that's wonderful. I'm so glad that part of the ecosystem hasn't like died out yet.
Yeah.
This one is so weird though.
It's so weird.
It's
yeah.
so funny. Oh my god. I love. I'm not even sure if that was on one of your posts anymore. I feel like it wasn't, but where where it's first like a Fluttershy Gmod role player and then Spoonful of Generosity comes in and it's just like, she is opening our heart to us, we should be quiet and listen and be polite. it was on like art of the demo man and the soldier kissing, right?
That's really funny.
Yeah. And then like the post says like, oh okay, sorry, and then just like posts like some guy from Quake or whatever just sitting in a very poorly posted in a chair while they have the demo man and the soldier in the background still making out.
That's classic heavy. That's Chevy. That's the original.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, so
Yeah. It's an SFM model. I know that because that's somebody that I'm aware of. They've talked to me before, and I was like, oh, yep, you got spoonfuls. That's how it happens.
Yeah, that's how it happens. It's so funny, but it's so good. I think I got spoonful once, but it wasn't interesting enough for me to engage with. She didn't do anything that funny.
Anytime you're in my circle, you'll get spoonful once or twice. That's just how it goes.
Yeah. Anyway, what are you two doing?
What are you talking about?
Oh, another one! Let's go!
No! Okay.
This train never ends. Let me see if my tea is drinkable yet.
I'm not typing that one.
This one's so long. Oh
one's
god.
so long.
Someone just take a photo. Just tell me when you've taken a screenshot. Oh, the tea is at that. The tea is at that really fucking good temperature where you can drink it and then it warms you up so good. You know, like drinking it is totally fine, but then like your insides are like, whoa, it's so warm. It's very good.
Yeah.
Okay, Gilgray already got it. How did you do that? Oh, you mean screenshot, right? That makes more sense. Oh, I see how it is. Secret messages, huh? No,
I
not
love Saber's face.
not the sad face. No.
Whenever Saber does that face, it's fucking hilarious to me. They're
It's a
so
really good
cool and
face.
composed until they aren't.
Yeah. I love the little the way that they show like the like quivered lip with like the two little lines underneath it.
Yeah, it's
So
brilliant.
good. All right, Cloud from Final Fantasy.
Psst. Hey, program.
Hey,
Shh, not so loud. They'll hear you.
who will heroes?
Those things floating up there. Don't you know what they are?
UFOs?
That's what they want you to think. Just some aliens, right?
Just Saber can't read this, lol. That's really good. That's awesome.
That rocks.
That's
Saber
so
can't read this
good.
well.
It's rude and exclusionary. It's so fucked up, honestly. But as an AI, I don't mind.
Yeah. Because it's funny.
It's funny.
But no, those are secret tracking devices. The users have been launching them into Sky to track our every move.
I'm pretty sure those are just UFOs.
I think they have second dialogue too.
Oh,
in Dragon
shit.
Quest. I don't know if every NPC does this, but I know the ones in this one do.
This one does. Okay. Yeah.
No one believes me, but I know the truth.
Pinky Smog.
No one believes me, but I know the truth.
Whee!
I
So
love
long!
You're so long!
It's so long. It's just so funny. Just the whole length of the body. Did you decide to?
Yeah,
Did you?
I'll take over Heatwave. I'll take over Heatwave.
Yeah, sure. We should all do some voices.
So,
Sup?
just chilling.
Lol.
What?
You're a son, and you're chilling.
So?
Never mind.
I love you, Happy.
I love Happy so much.
The tube.
That tube. Also, I really like this minimalist depiction of Sun with sunglasses.
Oh, it's sunglasses! I thought it was like a Pokemon
Whoa.
style thing.
The body retracts.
I've never seen that. I actually, I haven't played with Longcat on very much, so that's so funny.
Wait, hold on. I have to see if what it looks like when it stretches out. I want to see if breaking also cancels the sleepy animation but doesn't reset the camera. Retract for optimal love.
That's so funny. That rocks. That's so good.
Hell yeah, that's so good.
So,
What's up?
what's up?
What's up?
Just chilling.
Yeah, me too.
Later.
Cute.
I love Happy. What a funny little dude.
I love Happy so much. Happy is the best.
Party blower Happy? Yeah.
You're right.
That's my favorite sonar noise.
Meow, meow, meow.
Wait, do we have that one yet?
Yeah, you got 3 of them.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Also,
Whee!
people wish that the non-race tracks were available on the OST, but so sad. They are
Oh,
not.
they're not? Mm.
No. Jam2Go, if you're out there, please, I want to listen to them so bad.
If you're still with us.
Jam, if you're still with us, I want so bad to have the ambient overworld.
You're a cat on the
Literal
internet.
for sonar!
Yo! Awesome!
That's great. That's great.
That's so good.
Meow.
Whoa! Oh, nope. That's okay. I'll come back for it later, or I don't.
Oh, there's a billion. Oh, okay. Awesome. Thank you, Jam2Go. I'll go buy that now.
Yo! Hell yeah!
Hell yeah. I'm gonna go do that.
If one of the mods can find that, they can link it in chat for people who want to get it.
Yeah,
Damn.
I just adore the way Anima Station looks. It's so cool.
It's a really fucking good aesthetic. Also, this music track is really good.
It's banging. There is not a single track in this game that I dislike. It's literally one of the most solid OSTs I've ever heard.
Hell yeah.
I will sing the praise of this game so much because it is that good, and also I need other people to play it. I need other people to talk about it.
You need it.
I need it. I have it. Get murked.
Get thing. Okay, thing get.
Yeah, this one's really tough.
Yes, it is, huh?
Yeah. This game is probably pretty incredible for the speedrunners, I imagine.
Are there speedrunners?
There are, yeah. There's
Hell
somebody
yeah.
who beat the track in like less than 2 seconds, which is crazy.
I assume they're playing like fully upgraded and stuff. Ow, ow.
Yeah, they're fully upgraded. It's like one of the shortest tracks in the game, but it is still like insane. Yeah, I'm also surprised that I haven't talked about it more, but I mean, I guess that's why I was like, please, we need to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like one of those games where it's like, yeah, there's so much to talk about. So, you know what this station reminds me of specifically? It's like, this is gonna sound weird, but like the like some of the Cartoon Network bumpers.
No, I was
Like-
saying that earlier, right? I was comparing
Yeah.
the aesthetic to Toonami.
Yeah, it's got that Toonami feel to it.
We have some tea.
Thing.
It's called Kitten Burst. You either kitten or you burst. Oh shit! I'm supposed to be in class.
And we're not kidding
Hold on.
around.
I
Sorry.
need to join the Zoom call and then you did, and then not be there.
Oh yeah, right. You got class.
I have class, kind of.
You have, you know, with many quotation marks, a class.
Well, it's like a seminar, like career class, and I don't know how to tell the teacher that like I draw horses online for my job, and I'm gonna try to keep that kind of momentum going. I don't want to apply for an internship.
Just go work at Hasbro. I'm sure they'll hire you when you show them all of your great comics that you've drawn.
Yeah, I'm sure they. I'm sure they. You know what? Listen, if they ever do anything for me, it's like I helped bring a bunch of little gay people back to your show. All right, you should be thanking me.
They should be fucking thanking you. They should let you design Generation 6.
Yeah, they should let me at it.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually talking about my own pony project with Pixels the other night. I
Oh
really
yeah,
want
yeah.
to do more with it at some point.
That'd be so
I'm
cool.
gonna stop the video, and I'm going to mute myself so that in this Zoom call,
Good.
I'm not present, and also I don't hear it.
Fuck school. Okay. Poly voice.
Yeah, I'm like a pirate with a... There we go. Captain, I've noticed there's a large source of energy gathering in that central building.
Which building?
The circular one high up that's connected to the ring. It has Anemoy written on the side of it.
I gotta say, Polly's face being just like so sketched, it feels like it's... I can kind of imagine Saber just having drawn their face on, like they didn't have one
Yeah.
before. That's what it feels
That's
like.
pain. Yeah, I love the way Polly looks. I also love that you thought that it was Potty for a second there. That was really funny.
Well, yeah, because the 1, in my memory, that's a 1, right? No. Or an L, I mean, because the 7 is a T, isn't it? Because you got like the line at the top,
Yeah, 7.
like an elite. So I'm dumb. I don't know. I love that I explained my reasoning only to explain it wrong. Why it was wrong. I'm normal.
Yeah.
That might be where their database is. Do you see any way to get in? There's a door at the bottom of the structure, but it seems to be locked. We saw that and made a note of it and everything.
My God.
Oh, fuck. World needs a stronger connection to open it. Alright, keep working on those circuits, Cat.
Okay. Meow.
I do that.
Okay, he's talking about career goals right now, and it's really funny. I've never been on stream. It'll end in like 10 minutes though, so.
What are your career goals? Hang out with friends.
No, literally.
Mm-hmm.
What are your career goals? I want to draw funny little guys. That's
Yeah, that's all I want to do.
it. Yeah.
And Dream Navi, thank you very much for following. I love Kitten Burst. This is my first time playing it. I'm also loving it though. It's very, 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 very good so far.
Yay!
I'm a normal girl. I perform normal actions.
The meme thing is so goddamn funny. I love that.
Thank you. I'm very proud of it. I missed the second one. Where is that? Let me go back and get it.
Yeah, this center is
Oh.
always my friend here.
There's something over there. Let me see if that's it. Oh, egg. Oh, I missed 4 whole eggs. That's
Hey,
enough to
good.
make a big omelette. Dream Navi. Millie Base. Puddin Scoot. Finishing the second egg stack. And starting the third is Galaxy Voided. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, Ruts, that is how it feels. I have been so lucky that I've only really had to apply for a job a couple times. If anybody's seen the art, the comic book,
Sorry, I just read Witsutera's message. It's really good. Kind of obvious.
kind of obvious, a little embarrassing to put that together. If anybody's read the comic where Fluttershy says that she wants to live in an abandoned shack in the woods and feed wet food to animals, I made that during the class that I'm in right now on stream.
Awesome. This is so funny.
It's like, I don't care about my resume. I don't give a shit.
I get pet.
Yippee!
Yay.
Love that.
I get Petsy so much. Most other VTubers like have like just a pet that appears and pets them and then leaves, and I never thought to do that. I just instantly made it this that just stays on me,
Awesome.
and now it's
That's
like I guess this is what it is now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Oh, and I get cheese. No upgrades for me. I have to get cheese first.
You have to get cheesed, yeah. Oh, he's talking about having an agent. Couldn't be me.
This seems like a lot of work.
So glad I'm muted right now.
Just come see my fucking face.
God.
Good. Okay. What'd you say?
I was reading the thing out loud. You know what's fucked up? While I got famous for my pony stuff, I was also a social media manager at the time. And when my
wow.
boss found out that I had like 50k people following me, he was like, "Why can't you do that for us?" It's-
That's really funny.
I don't think we can use copyrighted My Little Pony G4 characters to build our viewer base. I think that's
Yeah.
not allowed for equity services.
I mean, I can
Please.
try, but I want to be paid pretty big up front, please.
Yeah, like if you want me to use my skills, I gotta be paid more than minimum wage.
Hmm. What is that?
Oh yeah, remember you can increase your speed by skating next to surfaces.
Oh yes.
That's how you get the fun surfing.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Dome. Oh hey, a thing. And a cube with water in it. Oh, whoops. I think I accidentally skipped.
Just went don't.
Don't what?
Don't even think about going through the hyperlink in that dome there.
Why not?
There's a monstrous program on the other side.
Oh shit.
Hurricane told me the users created it to simulate weather patterns. They went mad trying to figure out all the possibilities. So, don't.
Okay, I'm not.
Don't.
I'm not going to go through it.
Good.
100% not going in there.
going in there. We're going in there.
Dude, you know we're going in there as soon as I can figure out how. It's not like that.
I like that.
Not like that.
There's an opening behind you.
There is?
Yeah, where the flood is.
The flood? Like from Halo?
Well, the flood cube. If you face them, then turn back, you'll see the entrance. It's open there. It's translucent, so it's a little hard to see. Yeah, you're pointing right at the entrance. Little to your right. Little to.
Oh, there it is! Life...
against this enough, it'll break open.
I can do it. I have full faith in the thickness of my skull.
Expert tip to get artists to draw what you want.
Give them money.
So true.
It's real, it's true.
There's no way this glass is thicker than my skull.
You'll never defeat. You lost the moment you stepped foot into. I'm here now. Fuck you, glass. I will win. Whoa! What is this place? It's so orby.
Looks like Anemoy made this site to contain some sort of weather prediction program they were working on. Hey, Potty, are you seeing anything useful here?
Potty. You can't do this to Polly. No.
I'm so sorry, Polly. Captain, I be reading a massive source of ion energy radiating from the structure center sphere. Happy, look for a circuit you can connect to. Once you complete it, I'll be able to crack open the center so we can see what's inside.
Where is the circuit?
What? Do you need me to print you out a map? Go look around, cat.
Okay, on it.
Golf.
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 Hold on a second, I'm thinking about something. Something Dragon Ball Z related.
Always a good thing to think about.
It's like, okay, you know how they go to hell and there's like those two guys and they have hell on their shirts?
I don't know where this is going.
Well, kinda, you might not. Where it's like hell okay. Hell for infinite losers is what they make of it in the dub. So HFIL. And everybody always pronounces it as Hiffle. No, Hefil.
Yeah.
HFIL, Hefil, not Hiffle. Hefil.
Yeah, you know, you gotta enunciate it correctly. Yeah, home for infinite losers.
Yeah, home for infinite losers, Hefil. That's all.
Love home for infinite losers. What an extremely funny way of trying to censor.
Yeah, it's so awesome. I love how fucking stupid that is. I love it so much. It's so good. Well, 4 pages. We don't have all day. Changelog. Version 1.5, 4.17.9x. Nick M. Anemoy. Datasphere is connected to the main structure to support additional weather balloon data. Increase data throughput to the main sphere. Program is showing promising results with test data. Version 1.6. Wait, so that's 1.5, yeah, 1.6. 6.13.9x. Nick M. Anemoy. Small adjustment to starting conditions led to wildly different outcomes. Increased the decimal precision to 8 to prevent rounding errors. Removed the additional data spheres to the main structure. They created unnecessary complexity. Moved structure to its own subsite app to prevent interference from other programs. Added routine to reboot if data drifts too far from baseline. Version 2.0. Wow. 11.21.9x Nick M. Pando. Added the data spheres back. Multi-threading program to run simulations faster. Added line to changelog so it looks like I'm doing more work. Good. Nice. Increased line size by leveraging an additional line since no one reads these anyways. Averaging results for better predictions. Not that it matters. Results are totally different after just 3 days. Version 2.1. 9150X. Tiffany L. Pendo. Program locked down for user safety. Cool. I love when there's like a clear gap where everything was really going wrong and they didn't have time to write what was going wrong, so the next update is just it went wrong.
Yeah.
Atmospheric prediction program. Wait, 2.1. Weren't we on 2. Or 2.0? Weren't we on 2.1? We were, right? Go. Yeah. But I guess
I think the lock was 2.1.
that too. Yeah, I guess so. Oh wait, go into the thing.
The prediction was really interesting to me. It's especially interesting now because like I think they just ran like an AI like data set and they managed to accurately predict like 14 earthquakes a week before they happened, which is like crazy huge.
Damn.
Like-
Okay.
I was like, whoa, that used to be like a pseudoscience. They're like actually doing it. That's crazy.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah. And that was
That
like
is-
this year. So
Damn. Nice. That's really cool. I didn't hear about that.
yeah. Nobody talked about it, but I thought it
Yeah,
was
no.
cool.
I mean, people talked about an earthquake apparently on Twitter. They were like, "Wow, was there an earthquake?"
Oh yeah, there was one
Yeah.
in like New York.
Yeah. I had a friend whose cat was very brave during the earthquake. That was nice.
So brave.
Things are going well. I have high hopes for this. Next entry. Shit's fucked.
Who's in New Jersey? Oh man, God's punishment. I'm so sorry.
Oh, damn. It's all America. It's all the same thing.
I mean, that's terrible. And you live in New Jersey? That's horrible.
I feel so bad for you. Also, hello, Zefgate. Hi. Welcome.
This track's a banger.
Ooh. I'm just gonna restart. I don't know how to do that. Nope. There we go.
Right?
I mean, I'm trying.
No, they're not all working. Maybe you need to enable it.
Gameplay options, maybe accessibility? Nope.
Where is it?
I don't think it exists.
No.
It's not real.
Hey, Bucket, you were lying.
Plunk it, how could you? I trusted you. You, my friend. If that's even what you really are. If your name is even Punkit.
No, yeah, you've got me. My real name is
Yeah? What is it? Is it food item?
sorry, I couldn't talk about that more. Apologies.
Ah, okay. Well, I guess your name will remain a mystery forever.
Yeah.
Fair enough, that'll just be fun. We love a mystery, don't we?
Another mystery. Yeah,
Why-
I'll reveal that my name is Mason. Shit!
I know. I knew this the whole time.
This is already Zoe info. This is
Yeah.
understood.
Oh, thing. Get. Obtain. There we go. Why the name? Why do you use the name Punkit anyway, if I may ask?
I made it when I was 15. I wanted to combine
Nice.
punk and kitten. And I liked it a lot. I wasn't embarrassed by it when I turned 20, and I was like, I'm sticking with it.
Hell yeah, dude. I think it's a good username.
Yeah, I think so too. I grew into the punk part. Now I'm a lot cooler than anti-authority. When I was 15, I just thought it was kind of cool.
Right,
But now
makes
I
sense.
gotta rep it now.
Fuck yeah.
A lot of people think it's punt kitten, but no,
It's Punk.
it's pumpkin. It is really funny though when people like talk to me with my username, but they like try to shorten my name, so they call me Punk, and they're like, "Wait, I'm sorry, was that rude?" And I was like, "Not at all."
No, that's intentional. You
Intentional. I think
got
it's
it
fun.
exactly. Good job.
Yeah.
Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Easter weekends.
Particles, 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 particles. Butterfly, 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 butterfly.
What is that thing?
That, my dear cat, is a gold mine, a near endless source of ion energy. You're going to have to challenge it. It won't be easy, but the longer you survive, the more energy we can drain. Survive? What? Wait, so I only have to do... Oh, there was only one race.
So you're yeah. So it's just the one race here. So there are like sub-sites that you can visit, that have different amounts of races in them. And currently, you're in a sub-site.
Right, okay.
Party blower.
Her real name is Truck Passes By, but everyone calls her Punkit. Start endless. I will defeat
so
you.
This is the boss battle.
I see. I just figured it out myself. I love the little like audio clips worked into the some of the tracks as well.
Yeah, it's great.
That's always good. The fucking the long body is so funny. It literally just feels like I'm like in first person holding a stick.
You're right. Wait, that's really good. My real name isn't a horse and can be replicated by human mouth. Yeah, my people say. But you can call me Gino. I the steady buildup of that one hitting for you.
Yeah, it was good.
It'd be nice if Gino's real name was just horse noises. That's how you pronounce it.
Horses can pronounce it.
Horses can pronounce it.
Horses are actually like when you see Gino's true form in the game, it's like a star thing, but it's
Yeah.
actually a form that we just can't comprehend. So we see that instead the actual form is a horse.
Yeah, actually, he's the star that I have in my hair here. You know,
Yeah, it's true.
it all works. Fun fact: this sona's name is Star Magnolia, and it's because of Chongo, Ryan Chongo.
Oh yeah.
Thought that the pencil on a star was a magnolia flower, and I was like, well, the name's too cool not to use, so
Hell yeah, nice. It's a cute name.
okay, I'm out of class. I'm
Woo, yay!
paying attention to you exclusively. Yippee!
Yippee-yay, yippee-yoo!
What's your record on this track? This endless.
I got to 9, I think.
Ooh. That's the number to beat.
Yeah, but I was fully upgraded, so I never got to the night core version like you have here.
You what?
I never got to the night core version you got here on my first try. That's for sure.
Oh, cool. So I'm winning.
Longcat thing might be helping you, yeah.
It
You are
might. It's making it maybe a lot easier to discern where I am in 3D space.
Yeah, that's like kind of an issue with the hit burst sometimes, because it's kind of hard to tell where you are in 3D space for the boss battles. But like,
Yeah.
I don't know how you'd fix it. So I think the
This
coolest
like this.
factor
You make
probably-
her long.
Yeah, yeah. I think. I love how it speeds up.
Hell yeah.
I have this track burned into my head because like when I use Winamp, I play the like Part A soundtrack because I own that, and it's like on my shuffle list, so I hear it all the time. And I just love like little voice samples of like actual like weather broadcasts.
Yeah, it's really good.
I do love the Nightcore version of this track though.
It's very fun. I was wondering, like, how are they gonna make this endless? And it's just by making it a Nightcore. Ow.
Yeah.
Ooh, I might not get to 9.
Temperature is 8, 2 point. Yeah,
Oh.
good work though. Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
didn't even
thank you.
get one lap my first time, so
Once again, proving that I'm a fucking gamer.
it's true, you're a gamer.
Disregard all that stuff I fucked up at the beginning. That didn't happen. That was you were playing at that moment, actually.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was me.
Oh, dude, some shit's happening. Long cat.
Oh,
Oh, there you are.
Pretty good, cat. Maybe you're not a noob after all. You can always try again if you think you can bring out some more energy.
okay. Wait, something's changed. What do these lines mean?
There's not new on our sensors. What is it you see?
I think I can see what it's thinking. It's confused. It's trying to figure something out, but everything keeps shifting.
If it's a weather prediction program, then it's probably got itself stuck in a loop. The weather is a nearly impossible thing to try to predict. That must be why it has amassed so much energy.
So it's just on a loop trying to figure out something it can never figure out.
Yeah, I've been there.
So real.
It's so real.
There must be something we can do to help it.
Aww. Cat, not every problem has a solution. The best thing we can do is to drain more of its energy to slow it down.
Oh, okay.
Aww.
I love Happy's little nervous face. It's so
Yeah,
cute.
me too. Cube.
Cube.
This is what gamer looks like, mostly cheese. My cheesification. Also, there's a posture check.
I'll check mine too. It's pretty good. I'm going to sit cross-legged in my chair though, because I have a big enough one for that.
Oh, hell yeah. I would too, but I'm not in a physical condition to do so just yet.
That's so real.
Make sure you're also stretching, though.
Yeah, you sound like Happy.
Yeah, I'm the voice actress for Happy.
Yeah. I had a really fun moment the other day where I was like biking,
Uh-huh.
and I was like biking uphill, and I was like, wow, I'm not as tired as I usually am. What's happening? Oh yeah, I've been just working out my legs. It's crazy how when you exercise, like,
Hell yeah,
you
I know,
build
right?
endurance. What the fuck? Who could have
It's
thought?
fucking good.
Yeah. I really like Ring Fit Adventure. That thing's finally got me exercising again, and it's very
Yeah, dude.
satisfying.
Dude, it's
Love
fucking crazy.
it.
When I originally got Ring Fit Adventure, I spent like half a year being so like intense with it and stuff. Yippee! And then after that, I continued to do it, not as hardcore, but still did do it.
Yeah.
And then I did the surgery and stuff, and I haven't like exercised properly for a very long time now. And I still have like well, I have like some bulk on my arms still. It's quite cool.
Hell yeah.
It's just sticking around. And once I'm able, I'm gonna make it even better. You know?
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I want to do a Ring Fit stream at some point, although it would be a short one because that shit kicks your ass.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I've done some VR streams where I did like physically intense things, and when you're also trying to talk to people, like to chat and stuff, it's a lot, dude.
Yeah, I do think it's really funny though, because my roommate, we live in like a pretty small apartment, and her door's open a lot, but I'm working in the living room, and she's just, when I'm exercising, I like talk, because like that's my way of like relieving like stress.
Right,
So,
right,
like,
fair.
she'll be in the other room, and she'll hear like the like ring say something, and I'll be like, all right, shut up, you fucking circle, I'm trying.
Goddamn circle. That's really good.
Yeah. But yeah, I like your Ring Fit. You are making me bike better. That's good.
Hell yeah. Soon you will be Dutch because you bike so much.
That's the goal.
Mm-hmm. You know, if you ever come to the Netherlands, you'll fit right in.
Yippee!
Yippee! And then I will drag you to my favorite theme park.
Oh, hell yeah! You got theme parks there? Fuck
Yeah, dude. We got the Efteling, the beautiful fairy tale themed theme park.
That rocks. Hell yeah!
It's so good. I'll info dump at you about it sometime.
Please do. Please do.
I will. On that subject, how are you feeling, Zoe? Healing okay? Healing. It is not as smooth as it could be, but it is not outside of like predicted possibilities, like any quote unquote complications are completely manageable and stuff. So I'll be fine. I'll be okay. And I'm able to walk a lot and stuff, and like be a bit more active now. Can't cycle yet though, which is a big shame, big sad. But yeah, mostly I'm fine. I don't have that much pain or anything anymore, so it's good.
Hell yeah.
So if you ever made a cheese themed alt, you could call her Renee Queen. Renette Queen? Is that a type of cheese?
I actually don't know.
I also don't know. And I will take a sippy.
Yippee.
Also, Vexvidel saying that we have Six Flags is a jab at me. Because I got annoyed when someone called Efteling Dutch Six Flags, which is absolutely not what it is. Wallaby World is Dutch Six Flags because it's literally a Six Flags that's been rebranded. And Efteling is more accurately a Dutch Disney World, but that also feels inaccurate. It's its own thing.
Yeah. I want to buy some Panda Express after this.
Everybody's always talking about Panda Express. It's not a thing here. Someone was like,
I like it.
Well, good. You should get some. Renette is the thing they add to cheese to make it or to milk to make it cheese-like. I thought they just added germs and shit. Rot.
Yeah, I thought they were just like make that milk old.
Make it old. The ancient milk, also known as cheese. Okay, where did I... Is that one that I missed? No, I have that one, don't I? Yeah, that's Big Fan.
How bizarre.
Is it here somewhere? Meow. It's okay. You know what the little meows remind me of?
What?
The Wii U menu, especially with this music now. Because you would sometimes just have these the Mii's that were like, hello, making little noises and stuff.
Oh, you're so right.
Mm-hmm.
Wee.
Well, I guess we'll just continue and find out if we missed one or not.
Yeah, I don't think you can go anywhere until you find the final one.
Oh, it's Hurricane. I've heard about you. Sorry.
Oh, hello, Hurricane. Friend. I love the little... I would love a weather station that had these kind of icons on them. That'd be cute.
It would.
This feels very like the Weather Channel-esque, you know what I mean?
On the Wii?
Yeah, on the Wii.
Yeah. I get it. Oh, this is Tornado. It's not Hurricane. I guess I don't know who Hurricane is.
Ah, sad.
Hey,
you're one of them racing cats, aren't you?
Yeah.
I've seen a few races. Sometimes they show them on billboards. Y'all go quick.
Yeah, we're pretty quick.
Oh, I love the little sparkle in their eyes.
Me too.
Are you that one, Ogma? I'm a huge fan.
Oh, no, I'm happy.
Oh, happy. Right. You're pretty fast, too.
Thank you. This feels insincere.
Look at the hexagons. All good future things have hexagons.
It's true.
Or are they
That
octopus?
and or blob shapes.
So true.
What is this? Can I go in
Oh
here?
my god.
Indirect. Whoa. Oh, it's new stuff for the FAQ. I see. The fucking... Oh! I just... Oh my god.
It's big. This game is big.
This is fucking big. This is so good. Wait, what is this? What is this X here? What am I doing? Huh? What? Huh?
You should play with the menu when you place down things.
How do I get back to the menu?
I think you go all the way down.
Oh, okay. That's confusing. Stairs. This. Oops. Stop. Oh. Oh, okay. Bucket, eraser. What is happening?
Go in and erase some stuff. See if you can make a pattern.
Huh. What is happening? Clearly this is like a puzzle.
Not actually. It's just a thing you can dick around with.
Oh! Oh! Okay, I figured that I would solve the puzzle and unlock something instead of just like a drawing program.
It's just a fun little drawing program, and when you press play, it'll do something.
That is so fun and cute.
I forget what it does, but...
Also, yes, Chad, I will draw a smiley face.
Yay! Yippee! Friendship forever!
Yay!
Smiling happiness 1 million!
Oh.
Oh. Wow.
Oh! Is this the game of life? What is this?
What, like the board game?
No, like like a mathematical equation program.
Oh god, math? I'm scared.
It just simulates like dots that move a certain way.
Okay. That's not something I'm familiar with.
Yeah, it's just something I come across occasionally. It's a really simple program about simulating things, so it comes up a lot in early computer stuff. I don't think this is it now that I'm looking at it, but it might still be. I don't actually know that much about Game of Life.
It looks like it's still
Yo.
moving towards something.
Yeah. Yo, I love Dwarf Fortress. It's so pleasant.
It's nice.
Yeah, so every site you visit has one of these. They're just little things you can like mess around with.
That is very cute.
It's awesome. I love things like that.
Mm-hmm. Also, I get cheesed again. It's
Get
funny.
cheesed.
A lot of streams, you guys just forget this exists.
Get cheesed.
I'm getting cheesed.
Woohoo!
I have no face. Very cool. Can I go in? And egg. Bug wife, thank you very much for your egg.
Awesome.
There we go. Oops. I have no face and I must cheese. I have no face. It's just I have no face. It's just cheese. I will go to that question mark up there.
Oh yeah, this one.
Hmm.
Car battery.
Ow.
Oh, the classic. Fell for the classic ruse of standing in the car battery. Standing on the big X in the ground labeled car battery.
Oh, I never noticed that before. They always tell me to
yeah.
stand on the X. I just think it's because it's like the best position for the camera. I never read the car battery part.
Yeah, that's actually, since I got a film degree, they really should have told you that one earlier, but that's standard procedure. The car battery.
It's standard procedure. You tell me as oh, you know, as the host of the stream.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, I'm being destroyed!
I'm okay. All those icons.
Yeah, they
Ooh,
run.
hello. That's an icicle. That's crystal.
Oh yeah, there's the frost person here.
Hello. Can I hit you? No. Aw, I was hoping that would like break.
That'd be awesome. I think we can talk them out of the race.
Ah, that makes more sense.
I wish your long body picked up items for you.
It feels like it should. Like, you know, like just like logic wise, my brain keeps going like, and then I can pick that up, and then I don't.
Yeah.
And then Zoe picked up the item. Nope. See? What?
yeah.
See, okay, so just like how you can allocate your skill points to better fit whatever challenge you're going for, you can also select the long body only when you do boss fights.
Yeah.
But the
It's
long body
actually
is very
really-
funny, so
It's true. It's like going into Kingdom Hearts, like the final battle with the fucking like Toy Story Keyblade. I think there's a hat that just uses a first-person camera.
Oh, nice.
And I actually used it a lot for some really early stuff before I got a hang of controls, because like first person made it a lot easier to tell where I was in space.
yeah, I can totally imagine. In Guild Wars 2, earlier today, I was doing a jumping puzzle. And it's a jumping puzzle where like there's a bunch of like chaos magic. So every few jumps, just like some random effect gets applied to you. And some of those are the camera is really close or the camera is really far away. But I found out that if I was in first person, those didn't affect me, so I just did that.
Awesome. I remember you asked me about Guild Wars 2, and I've really only played like 20 minutes of it because I was on a parley club for FFA, which is the thing we have here, which is usually like a farming or agricultural thing. They also have like Robert's Rules of Order, like how to run a meeting club thing event, and I was part of like a statewide event for it because I'm a fucking huge nerd. And like the guy I was rooming with was like, dude, you should download Guild Wars 2 and play it with me. And I went, okay.
Okay.
On like a Dell laptop that did not run at all.
Oh yeah, Guild Wars is pretty demanding. Oh. But you know, dude, you should download Guild Wars 2 and play with me.
Yeah, I should.
You should. Hell yeah. Alright. Psst, robot. Hey, Captain. Oh, its name is Polly. I thought it was Potty.
Oh, you figured it out.
Unless Saber misspelled.
Yeah, which obviously, you know, they're not always the correct punctuation, you know.
Yeah, right. So I think both possibilities are still possible. Anyway, hey Polly.
Thoughts?
Happy can't read this, Raffle. What if you're colorblind and you can't read this either, like as a player?
Well, then you get Happy's experience.
I guess well, you are playing as Happy, so it makes sense.
Yeah. It's actually more immersive if you're colorblind.
It's true.
Oh, I see.
Oh my god, Happy, I love you so much! Yay! Happy's the fucking best! Oh my god. Also, egg.
Egg.
Thank you very much, Crimson Flesher, for the egg. Oh, Happy's the best.
Love Happy.
Okay, truce. No more secret messages. Truce! Oh my gosh!
I love when Happy draws. It's so cute.
This is fucking adorable. This is so cute. I love Happy more than anything.
I'm glad somebody else shares the enthusiasm for Happy because I've been going crazy trying to tell people about Happy. It's like no, they're just perfect. They're such a little guy.
They're such a little guy, and they don't know what's going on. They're just happy to be here and be involved and meet new people.
You're gonna like what they do with Happy a lot.
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
Truce.
I'm gonna assume that it says truce. T-R-U-C, yeah, sure.
I think it does say Truce.
Okay, that did not say truce. I just registered. I thought Happy was just key smashing.
I can see it being the case.
Yeah, right? I wouldn't have put it past them.
I reckon you might be off by one, Captain.
These characters are so fucking delightful.
I love them so much.
Speaks with you,
Oh,
doesn't
it's around the other side, I think?
speaks on this side? Ah, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. You look normal now.
Speaks. Oh man, just like me.
Oh, they're frozen.
Aha! I see. Very funny.
I think either that or it's bugged, but I don't think it's that.
This game is perfect. It doesn't have bugs.
Yeah,
Ignore that one bug we had where I was able to move around in the cutscene.
yeah. Ignored.
Ignore. But where the fuck? Okay, one thing I will say actually is that like the text from the scan being white means it's basically indecipherable right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, I did see those question marks because I have special eyes.
You specialize.
My eyes are cheese. Also, yeah,
Actually-
Happy is just happy to be here.
Yeah.
Happy. Just happy to be here. Hey, I can do it. There we go.
City Stream.
Let's go.
Ooh, you're really doing well with the drifting.
Thank you. I'm learning. Ow. Oof, ouch, my face and body.
Such a banger racetrack. I love this.
This is so good. I gotta get the soundtrack as well.
Yeah, totally worth it. They're also available on YouTube if you search Inverse OST part A, B, and C.
Yay, wow, that was short.
You did that. I think you reached my record.
Fuck yeah,
Like Walmart.
dude.
That's good. That's good.
Thank you.
Woot! That was the last one!
Awesome, we're already over 300 ion just from this side.
Captain, it looks like that door be now open.
Good work, robot.
But I didn't open it. Something else must have.
I also like this this poly face.
Yeah, that's my favorite polyface. It's perfect. So inquisitive.
Yeah, it's
Some charm.
inquisitive. But it's not like sneaky or mean. It's just like, You know?
I also love the talking sounds for the characters.
Agreed.
They bring me so much joy.
I love good talking sounds in general.
Awesome. Yay!
Yeah, yippee! Twirling! I've earned myself a victory trail.
This game does rule. I agree.
This game rules so much. Anyway.
I'll go check it out! Wow!
That was some cartoon timing. That was good.
Thank you. Okay, let's see.
Anemoi. I wish I knew how to pronounce that. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it vaguely enough.
Anemoy?
Anemoi.
Anemoy?
Anemoi.
Well, if it would be French, it would be like anemoi, I assume. Anemoi? Who is to say?
It's Greek for winds.
Oh, fuck! Okay.
Where
Then
wind
I have
gusts
absolutely no
describe
idea.
The cardinal direction of
Anemoi?
respective winds. I'm gonna look up Anemoi pronunciation. Let's see.
Yeah, give it a try. Splat.
Okay, that's a robot. I don't trust that. Awesome.
I think that's where I was. Wait, did I have upgrades? Yes, I do. 2! Awesome. Things. I'll upgrade this one. And this one again.
Okay. I think it's Anemoi,
Okay.
because the root is Anemoia.
That would make
It
sense.
don't matter. I think you can like finish off this world.
Let's do it. And that's where we'll also finish up the stream. Oh god, a dog! I have a phobia. I have to leave.
Oh no. Understandable.
I'll be fine. I assume.
Yeah. They're just scary, but not really.
Oh, if they're just scary, that's alright then. I'm sure that'll be fine with my phobia of dogs.
So sorry, I didn't mean that. they're only as scary as they look right now at this second.
Okay, fair enough, alright.
Yeah, they don't get any scarier.
Anyway.
Woof! Alert program detected! Threat level harmless! Leave the area immediately!
Okay! Well,
Awesome,
I
thanks, Happy.
guess I do. Thanks, Happy. This is not a real dog, it's just a furry.
Whoa, close one.
Anyway, I am going to fight you now.
Yeah, but there's no fight cube.
Oh. Oh, I can't leave. Okay. Hello. Oh, you must be Hurricane. Whoa! You look amazing!
Whoa!
Holy shit!
I forgot how much Hurricanes design rocks.
Dude,
take this one of
Hurricane looks awesome!
it's
So... Fuck, dude, this game is so good!
so good. It's so good.
Yippee! Oh, this is everything!
It's just that cool. It's just that cool.
I gotta say, I knew that I was gonna enjoy this game. I didn't know I'd love it this much, you know?
Yeah, it gets you. It gets you.
It gets
It's like
you.
perfectly tailored.
And it's so much itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This is a game that believes in its own appeal.
It's really, really good. Do you want to be Hurricane?
Sure. Hello, traveler. I've seen you prowling around my domain. What exactly are you looking for?
I'm just, stealing.
Yeah, I mean, go for it. Why not?
Yeah.
I'm just stealing.
Oh, you are an honest one. What are you trying to take?
Energy. I'm gathering it for. I'm happy, by the way.
Oh my god, that is such a fucking delight.
Happy, were you sent here at the request of a user?
No. I don't know any users. She didn't send me here.
Smooth. Smooth
Smooth as
as
fuck.
butter, Happy.
Okay, does that confirm that Saber uses she?
I guess so.
I think so. I think it's she and they. If I remember correctly. Alright, that's good. I totally forgot about that. I see.
Can I ask, why does everyone here hate the users?
You do not hate the users.
But I heard that you were attacking them. That's why this place was abandoned.
We have not attacked the users, at least not in cyberspace. We only wanted to talk with them.
We talk by throwing lightning bolts and shit.
Yeah, we talk by beating them with sticks.
We talk by We talk by lining people up and then killing them in binary.
Imagine all this peaceful dialogue with it's just like bang, bang.
It's not my fault that my vocal cords are made out of 70,000 volts of electricity. Skill issue on their part, if anything.
Yeah, for real. This was a lie, spread by those who wish to hide us.
Who would want to hide you?
Pando.
Yes, Pando. I suspect it's the user that you don't know.
Yeah, it is a saber.
Hey there, Hurricane. I should have suspected Pando was hiding something here.
Who's Pando?
Pando is a megacorp. We fucking hate those!
We hate those!
We hate them! You may have seen their logo plastered all over the place. They used to just make TVs and tape decks, but they grew and absorbed all the other tech companies. Pretty much everything is owned by Pando now, including, as it turns out, this weather station.
Yes. When they discovered the weather station had a site in cyberspace, they locked us in here and tried to hide us. We waited so long to finally talk to a user. Please, take what you need from this place. All I ask is that you heed my warning.
What is it?
Let me show you.
Cutscene.
Oh yeah, baby, we got that lore. I wonder if you rotate up, we'll see your body.
I'm rotating, nothing's happening.
Ah, sad.
Well, hey, that doesn't look like Earth.
Yeah, hold on.
I feel like you're missing some pieces there, bud.
A couple of pieces, yeah, maybe, perhaps.
It's Savarudo! And I do a sippy. Thank you.
What is that?
This is the physical plane, Happy. We are but manifestations of thoughts and data of this place.
It's beautiful. Saber, you live there?
Yeah, that's meat space.
Sounds like it would be more fleshy. Wait, I thought the plates were flat.
A piece of flat earther!
He doesn't know!
Oh, they don't know!
It's because he's silly.
Oh, just a little guy. No thoughts, head empty.
Head empty.
You wouldn't be the first to think the earth was flat. Or the last.
What's all that blue stuff?
Water. That's the ocean.
Oh, yikes.
I live on that archipelago there, the Lithodelphus, in a city on the south coast on the southern island. Haliaethus?
Haliatus sounds cool.
Yeah, but Haliaetus. Sure, Haliaetus.
What's it like?
Meat space? It's less floaty than here. There's this weight always pressing down on you. You're always slightly uncomfortable. There's a lot of maintenance too. Stuff breaks down, food goes bad. Ugh, hate that part. I always buy stuff and then I like executive dysfunction, can't cook for too long and it goes bad. Sucks.
I had to throw away some avocados. That shit sucked.
Oh God. I've at least learned to like just eat fruit regularly enough that if I buy fruit, I always finish it.
Yeah.
Almost always. And you have to keep cleaning everything. Also the worst. What else? There's tiny.
I said she gets me in terms of Saber.
She really fucking does. It's great.
They're just like me for real.
They're just like me. Oh my God. It is very fun to just have a character point all that shit out. Because yeah, that's so fucking annoying. There's tiny bugs everywhere that get into your food. There's even tinier bugs that make you sick.
There's drinking. There's also rivers, fjords, islands, savannas, mountains. Vast expanses of sand shaped by the wind. Soft meadows surrounded by dense forests.
I do love soft meadows surrounded by dense forests.
Me too. Birds migrating thousands of miles to the sky. Creatures deep in the ocean never see light, surrounded by hydrothermal vents.
Yeah, there's that stuff too. Thanks for being a bit positive there, Hurricane.
Yeah.
I guess I don't get out much to see any of that. It's too hot and humid where I live.
It is. Palladius averages 84.8 Fahrenheit, which with 74.5% humidity.
I'm just not gonna think about how to pronounce that word. I'm just gonna say it the way it comes up the first time I read it every time, and if it's inconsistent, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. I don't think it comes up more in this cutscene, so I think you're probably in the clear.
Okay, good. I assume it might come up at some point elsewhere in the game, though.
It might actually. It's not like I've exhausted all dialogue options, so.
Why is living in general so much work? I know, right? That's why I want to be a robot.
Yeah.
So I don't have to do it as much.
This is the first scene where I went, Saber, you're kind of transgender to me.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. That is very much, I feel like, the kind of things that queer people especially like, oh, God.
Precipitation, 53.25 inches. Snowfall, 0.0 inches. Average wind speed, 7.8 miles per hour. Highest wind speed, 146 miles per hour. See all of it from this place. All the records, all the weather. Temperature, wind speed, rain, humidity, snow, air pressure, air quality, UV index.
Yo, UV, like your 3D modeling?
Yeah, UV index. I
Yo.
look at my data. Hurricane data. Highest wind speed, MPH, lowest pressure, MPOD, radar imagery, satellite imagery, homes destroyed in thousands, damage in billions, fatalities. I saw the destruction caused, and in the conditions, my destruction growing. I wondered why I destroyed so much, why I was going to become even more monstrous.
Oh, God.
Then I found it, buried in the archives.
Yo, it's the North or South Pole. The South Pole. The South Pole? Yes, that's what I said.
Below the South Pole. Nestled in the stratosphere, there is a layer of ozone blanketing the Earth. When the sun's light strikes the sky, ozone absorbs its radiation, reflects its UV light, all that shit.
Good.
There's something wrong with it, though. The purple region shows the density of ozone. The gap shows the whole. In millions.
Is that normal?
Aw. No, it's not that.
Nah.
It is an error made by the humans that's only growing worse. Causes chlorofluorocarbons, halons, chemicals used by the users in their refrigerants and aerosol sprays. Can't believe I got that shit first try.
Yeah, fucking amazing job, Plunkett. Oh my God. Nice job. Oh, you're being very far away again. There you go.
When these molecules reach the stratosphere, they conspire with the UV radiation and release gaseous chlorine. The chlorine atom breaks the ozone molecule into dioxygen and the chlorine monoxide. Then, the oxygen atom frees the chlorine to go on and destroy more. Thank you, Hurricane.
Sure. Thanks so much. Thank you.
That's so sweet.
A virus?
One can destroy 100,000.
How have I not heard about this? How haven't you? It's been like a big issue for quite a while. In the real world.
Yeah, this is turn of the century though, so.
Ah, fair point, right.
It's 2000X, so it's at most like 2009, but I doubt it.
Right, so it was still known, but not as publicly talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was discovered in 1970X, but the Pando team buried the information.
Oh man, I fucking
They
hate
also
Pando so much.
discredited the scientists who discovered it.
Yeah, that is stuff
That's how
that
it
happened.
happens.
Yeah, that is stuff that actually happened. Not the
Straight up
burying
what
so
they
much,
did.
but just yeah, it's not one mega corporation that did it. But yeah, it is mega corporations that did it together.
Yippee!
Yay! Oh god. Oh fuck.
Why?
Pando makes a bunch of products. I'm guessing banning these chemicals would hurt their profits.
Correct, but they misunderstood the magnitude of the situation.
She's called learns that capitalism is bad. Learns? I'm well aware.
This is known.
This is known. Part of.
I won 5 for the jump catch.
Yay! Nice job. You did so good. You earned that.
Yay!
Gauntlet Queen's like motivation in her game, in the context of her game, is literally, damn, I fucking hate capitalism so much. I'm gonna kill people about it. So, I know.
Pando is started building weather-altering devices called Skygates. Car battery! Ow! Where they form. I see in the air with chemicals. This will only exacerbate the problem further. Skygates will release more chemicals to feed the ozone hole. If this hole expands, the Earth's temperature will rise. Oh shit, guys, can't have that one happen.
Oh no.
Melt the ice at the South Pole and flood the Earth.
More water!
Oh no! They're so scared!
I'm so scared of water! No!
Gauntlet Queen is against capitalism. She's the enemy in the game. What the heck? I would join her side. Okay, I am a tertiary. I'm a secondary antagonist. I'm like a rival to the main character because we're both after the same thing. But Gauntlet Queen wants to use it differently. It's like she wants to use it in a way that goes a bit far. And then when the main character defeats her, she's like, fine, okay, I'll follow you, I guess, because you're stronger than me. So that's all. So she joins your side.
Yippee!
Yay! No, obviously I would not make a game about that's pro-capitalism. Are you kidding me?
More water!
Oh, meal. Can you give Happy this data? They can bring it back to our ship, and I'll give it to one of my contacts to publish. Plunk it?
Oh, wait, sorry, I was muted!
You were muted!
We tried before, but Pando has constructed a firewall to keep us in. Ah, those bastards!
Those fucking bastards.
Ah, we hate Pando.
Oh man, we hate Pando so much, I can't wait to kill them. I get cheese to more.
Their guard monitors all the data in and out of the site. If Happy tries to leave with anything, they'll be destroyed.
Just a moment, I'm putting cheese on Dusty.
Yeah.
There we go. You claim to hate capitalism, yet you are covered in mass-produced cheese. Interesting. I'm very smart. Okay, people seem to think that this is like slices of like American chemical cheese shit. It's not. This is you know, traditional Dutch cheese.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's where it's at.
It's Jong Belegen. That's the type of cheese it is. Which is a Dutch word.
I would assume.
You know,
I'm
so
not
he
hearing
keeps...
that one and going, yeah, you know, they made that shit in New Orleans.
Yeah, well, you don't know. Oh wait, okay, wait. Polar Star is meant for you to have this cheese.
Oh, thank you. Wow, that's so kind.
Here, I'll give you the cheese.
Yippee!
Yay! Watch your eye.
Okay.
A firewall. What's a dog? Happy doesn't know yet.
Happy doesn't know. Chat, they don't know.
They don't know. So we got more craft singles than a dating app. I'm sorry, I don't know by name. But they're not craft singles. It's Jong Belegen. Come on. Jong Belegen. Say it with me.
Jong Belegen.
That's pretty good. When there's a firewall, there's always some vulnerability. Is that a dog? An unprotected system or something that's public facing that shouldn't be. Let's not anger the dog. I've got it. Let's anger the dog. Those weather forecast billboards. I love the little 3 miles and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, godverdomme, ik moet Nederlands praten. Kut. Oké, dan moet ik vertalen wat zij zegt naar het Nederlands. Oh no, wait, we're already done. Ik doe nog wel eventjes, omdat ik het zo laat pas zag, sorry. Die weersverwachting billboards, ze zijn verbonden aan gigantische weergaves in stadscentrums in de echte wereld. Ze moeten de data ergens direct vandaan hebben van hier. Als we if we change the forecast data they're pulling from, we could get it to display whatever we wanted. We could get this ozone info out there without being caught by the firewall.
That could work. If you were to change out the forecast data from here. However, the guard dog would see what I'm doing.
We just need to make sure it's distracted. Cat, you'll have to challenge the guard dog to a battle. What? All you have to do is survive against their attacks long enough for the data to go through. What? You'll also be able to drain their ion energy at the same time, depending on what core you use. Core. What?
Please, Happy, you must help us.
Okay, I'll do it.
I love the shine they get in their eyes.
Oh, the purple color and stuff, the purple magenta colors in there is so nice.
I just need to battle this scary fiery dog thing.
What a brave little baby, so true.
So brave and little baby.
Whee! Woohoo! Yay!
Serious. Dog time. Guard dog firewall. What a fucking... I was talking about this while you were having your little therapy break. Just the way that like these little like UI pop-ups and stuff have so much work put into them to look really fucking
It's
cool
so
and awesome.
cool.
It is the best. Like especially
that
compared to
aspect.
like what UI is doing these days, where it's just nothing. You know?
Yeah.
It's
the
so...
maximalist design is so cool.
It really, really, really is. That dog will never catch you in your long body.
Yeah, that's why I was doing that's why I was like, I need to learn more modeling stuff so I can do like more cool UI elements for my thing.
Like this
you can
this
do-
thing in particular. Oh, sorry, Con.
Oh no, I was gonna talk about it, so you should do it first.
Okay, I was gonna say this thing in particular like reminds me of like something from Myst, you know?
Yeah. I don't think it's pre-rendered UI. I think this is a 3D model because of the light reacting.
Like it's still.
Oh wait, no, Jam2 Ghost said that. Never mind. I'll shut up.
Yeah. I was gonna say. This does look more like pre-rendered to me.
You have to take me out.
I have to kill you. I'm so sorry.
You have to kill me with guns.
I hold on. I can't really reach you. I can poke you maybe. Nope, can't reach you.
Huge fan of games, shows her whole ass in front of the developer. God damn it.
This is what I did, says the developer. No. Says Punkid.
That's really funny. That's so stupid.
I've been there though, I've been there.
Yeah, there's Happy Core and there's Day Core, and then you can unlock a Night Core.
I was gonna say, like, is there a night core? Oh hell yeah. So this boss I do remember there's some shots from in the trailer. Oh.
Yeah.
Also, someone said like mist, like some sort of weather pattern.
Oh my god!
I'm doing a bad job. Why is this harder Why is this harder than the butterfly? What's going on?
So one
It
thing
feels
is,
it feels like my hitbox has actually changed now.
if you have trouble, you can also change. You can also add toughness on your upgrade, and that'll give you more health points.
Right. I think I got like 1 toughness. Yes. I'm gonna try it like this. See if it's better if I'm not long. Even though we will miss long so much.
We will miss long so much.
We'll miss it for so long.
So true.
I wasn't paying attention.
Awesome.
I was reading chat. Why was I doing that? I fell asleep and now they're both covered in cheese. I don't know if Pumpkin's covered in cheese. She could use a few more.
Oh no.
What the hell? Okay. I'm doing a bad job. I'm being bad at video game in front of the developer.
Remember, you can use your boost to get places faster if you're in a pinch.
Oh, you can move sideways. It'd make so much sense.
Oh yeah, the controls shift if you're in the boss fights.
Yeah, because I was wondering, like, what's the point, like, is there a point to boosting in during boss fights? The dog's, like, getting kind of fucked up, huh?
Yeah, the dog is fucky.
As someone with a phobia for dogs, yeah, this is just what they're like to me.
As a warning, there are 2 more dogs in this game, but they are less scary than this by a lot. So
okay, good. I'm not actually scared of this dog. It's okay.
okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, thank you, I appreciate it, but it's too abstract, so.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, this it's not this fight yet, but like later on, I was like, oh, this is why people like bullet hells. Like I understood.
Right, yeah. It's actually really funny. Do you know Them's Fighting Hurts?
I do. I've played it a couple times.
Yeah, that's the game that made me go like, oh, this is why people like fighting games. It's like this horse thing. And I got into that because of the music from the original game that got cancelled.
Yeah, the original Twilight theme is incredible.
Oh
Genuinely.
my fucking god, dude. Those tracks still are just so goddamn good.
Yeah, for real.
I really, really like Applejack's theme.
Yeah, they're just really well done. I think the music in that game is like the best. I'm so sad it's not getting worked on.
Like, I think it sucks that they had to cancel that. And of course they couldn't reuse the music because it uses a bunch of because it uses a bunch of it uses a bunch of the show music. But in a sense, I think it was ultimately for the best because I think it just works better as a fighting game when the characters have different silhouettes.
Yeah. Also, I meant Them's Fighting Hurts, unfortunately.
Wait, Them's Fighting Hurts is dead?
We think the new company that bought them out isn't letting them work on it anymore right now.
Wait, what? I totally missed this. They got bought. Wait, hold on a second. What?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to drop it during the boss fight.
No, that's okay. I'd like to know.
After season 1 is done, they were like, we can't work on this anymore. We're not allowed to.
The fuck?
Yeah, it sucks ass. I hope that stops being the case.
I would also hope for that. What the hell?
I was gonna get really into it, but then I was like, well, they're not gonna finish the story mode in this way. That kind of sucks. So.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, it's a really cute story mode too.
Yeah, no, it was so fun. It's like actually like exploring the world and stuff.
Yeah.
And little very janky platforming sections.
Incredibly janky, but very fun.
Yeah, cute, you know?
I did a couple of Them's Fighting Hurts drawings that I'm pretty proud of.
Hell yeah, I think I've seen some of those.
Especially after I beat the Twilight stand-in. I forget her name.
Or Leander.
Oh yeah, or Leander.
That's it.
Or Leander, I think. Or Oleander.
Yeah, I think it was Oleander.
Yeah. She's cool. I like her.
Fuck. Sorry.
No, you're all good.
Why did I do that?
You can run directly into it. If you have trouble, Decor is a slower version of the song.
I will never. I'm a gamer.
You're a gamer.
Fuck, dude. I would sooner break my controller than play on easy mode. I love Dark Souls.
For babies.
For babies. I was thinking. I was thinking the other day I was outside, so I couldn't do it because I can't. It's impossible to go be on Tumblr when you're outside. But I thought of a conversation that I once had about the whole debate of like, should games have an easy mode? Like, should games that are intended by the developer to be very difficult have an easy mode? And I had come up with like the perfect reasoning as to why they should, and then I forgot. So now I
always it works like that way.
it can be enjoyed by more people.
Yeah.
which is the easy explanation. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought about that, and I thought about the post gamers still can't agree on whether or not difficult games should have an easy mode. Luckily for you all, I have forgotten my reasoning as to why they should.
Believe me, it was a good one.
It was very good. I should have been boosting when I died last time. Hindsight 2020.
Yeah. You'll get another state that'll help out a lot. And
Yeah, because the
Not
control
bad.
screen was like, ooh, you can switch states, and I'm like, what? What does that say? I don't know. Puckett, what did
you
that say? The meme.
What did what say?
The meme.
Oh, it said, local fox girl stumbled upon transcendent knowledge and then forgores.
Yeah. Ah, boy, yeah.
Yeah, the spacing's a little hard.
It is a little hard, huh?
Yeah, it gets better, like, with progress. Like I said, the game gets better as you go further because it was made more. So the boss fights get progressively, like, easier to read, I think.
Good. Can't wait.
At least the track is a banger.
Oh, it's a very, very good track. It's kind of funny to me that these tracks kind of feel like they're like a little bit less fast-paced, high energy than like some of the racing tracks, even though you're fighting a boss because you're like on a rail.
Axis. Yeah. I will say the one that they have in Part B, the ones they have in Part B are insane. They're so good.
Fuck yeah, I can't wait.
Let's a little breakdown here.
Yeah, it's nice. What if I died during that? How embarrassing would that be?
My best tip is you have a lot of space you can move around in.
Yeah, maybe I'm like staying too close to the center.
Yeah, you shouldn't worry about gathering super energy. That'll just naturally occur as you're flying as well.
Good. Oh. Maybe I should reduce my speed for this, and because does your speed even matter during boss fights?
It'll not really, depending on how, like, it doesn't matter at all when you have another state, because Uber can make up for it. So if you want to just put it all into toughness, that might be good for you. You also
Yeah,
don't
I'm
need
thinking.
direction in boss fights since you're always on a fixed axis. So
Right. Haha, it was a big no sign. That's funny.
yeah, I think
No!
this. Gotcha. I think this being 3D really means that they can get super creative with the attack patterns.
Yeah, it's very good.
You can also take off roll correct for now.
Right. Okay,
There
it
we
tends
go,
to be
alright.
so fucking tough.
Now you have, I think, 9 hit points, so
I think that's 8.
I think it's probably 8. I think
Ah,
9 is
basically the same
max.
number.
Oh yeah, it is 9 because 9 lives.
Kid.
Yeah, that's cute. I remember when I maxed out toughness, I was like, oh wait, that's adorable!
Okay, but I don't have it maxed out yet, so it's 8 for me, yeah.
Yeah.
That's very cute, though. I am significantly slower, but I'll just have to use the boost
Yeah.
to get through. Like in Star Fox.
Like in Star Fox.
Like in Star Fox. Have you ever played Star Fox 64?
I've not. I played a little bit of the SNES one, and I stopped because it was 20 FPS, and I felt like I wanted to barf.
Yeah. Going back to the SNES one at this point is just sort of like, haha. Yeah, it's a cool aesthetic.
It's
I'm
cool
gonna
that
play
they made it.
Yeah.
It's not good.
It's not great, but luckily there's a okay. Someone in chat must know. It's like Zodiac EX, I think. It is it's like a spiritual successor to that. It uses the same art
I've heard of
style,
that.
but it's not like fucked up. And you play as like I think you play as a monkey girl. Very
Hell
good.
yeah.
Or maybe
It's a
you play as a cat girl and like your partner is a monkey girl. I forgot. There's a monkey girl anyway, and she's great.
That rocks. I'll have to check it out then because I love that kind of stuff. Star Fox, Star Fox really hid their 2 most banger furry designs in 2 and then never released it.
They really fucking did, huh?
Like those are some of the best like space like animals I've seen. And then it was like, nope, they're not real.
Doesn't exist anymore. Bye.
And at least eventually they released it, but man.
Ow. It's because the world wasn't ready yet.
Yeah. I can't believe making an entire game and then not releasing it. That's crazy to me.
It's fucked up.
Yeah.
You made all that. Don't you want people to enjoy it?
Yeah, like why don't you want to don't you want to get further?
Yeah, right?
I guess that's kind of why I like Frog Days so much. It's like, well, it's like basically done. I don't see why it isn't released, but
It's done enough, you know?
yeah.
I saw fuck. Could you stream? You did a stream of that, right? With another friend?
Yeah.
Right.
The midway point.
I'm not a virus.
Mark, you cannot fool me. I won't let Master down.
Stay focused, cat. Does
Yeah, I
have
actually
it?
did one drawing or the one video so far.
Do they have a VOD of that anywhere?
I do. It's on YouTube, so it's automatically a bot.
Oh, nice. I would love to see it. Because
Hell yeah.
I saw Vinny Vinesauce also streamed it, and I was like, nope. I want to see my
I wanna
friend Punkit stream it.
Yeah, you know what? I'll link it to you in DMs right now.
Yes, please do. Also, explain to chat what Frog Days is.
Yeah, Frog Days is an unreleased, like no creepypasta shit here, just legitimately unreleased game themed around like 90s 3D rendered point-and-click adventures and like operating systems. It's only available through archive.org, but it's like you click through a bunch of virtual worlds and you maybe uncover a plot where aliens exist. It's really cool. I like it a lot.
Woof! Shooting wolves at me! Oh my
this game is good.
god. But yeah, Punkit showed me some of Frog Days and I was enamored. It's so fun.
It's delightful. It's really cool. Yeah, you pwned them!
Yeah! Oh my god, it's his phone.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, now I have Nightcore unlocked. The sky is fun. Ooh, that is a very good visual. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I clicked onto my VOD and immediately I got hit by me screaming like a dumbass.
Nice. Good.
Yeah.
That worked.
You're good to go. I forgot what I was saying, so you're good to go.
Okay, alright, okay, thank you. That worked. The ozone data is now displaying in every city center.
Thank you, Saber and Happy. I hope the users heed this warning. It's not too late to fix this.
No worries. I haven't done any hacktivism in way too long. We have also pulled some extra ion energy from that Manji core. We may be able to draw even more if Happy uses a night core against it. I think that's enough for now. Happy, whoa, comma. Head back to the head back to the ship, and we'll figure out our next target.
Okay.
Yippee!
Yippee! We did it.
Station. Great work.
Thank you. Meanwhile,
Oh.
on the other side of cyberspace.
I
Okay.
forgot about this.
Oh shit. Mini Minerva. Minerva Isa, I'll get your egg in a moment. Whoa. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, they render every pixel. It's so
That's-
cool.
That's very, very cool. No wonder this game is a little bit taxing. Hugo from Pando. What's their name? So is that this guy talking, or is it someone else?
Yeah, this is Hugo from Pando. He has
Okay.
no icon.
What voice? Do you want to do a voice, or should I do this?
I'll do Hugo. You talk to him a lot
Okay.
at some point, so it
All right,
might be
okay,
the
yeah.
back and forth.
Okay, that'll be
We've heard a lot
good if
of
you have
great
like a
presentations.
consistent character.
Yeah, sure. We've heard a lot of great presentations from across the Pando family tonight. I'm happy to end this conference with a glimpse into the future of Pando. Hi, I'm Hugo from Pando Labs.
Also, yeah, the bitrate on stream cannot be great.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone.
It's no secret the digital space has seen setbacks since the turn of the century. The number of users online has dropped considerably due to safety and security concerns. Our competitors have abandoned their sites as lost cause. However, we still believe in the immense potential of this space. I've been proud to lead Pando Labs through these tumultuous times. Already, our team has introduced new innovative programs such as Guard Dog Firewall, our personal assistant robots.
Yo, we know what it does.
Yeah! In fact, I'm so confident in our efforts that I'm recording this presentation from cyberspace right now.
Wow. What's that fucking guy called again from Facebook?
What, Matt?
Matt
Oh, Zuckerberg, you mean?
Zuckerberg. Mark.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, Mark
it's,
Zuckerberg.
it's giving me kind of Mark Zuckerberg feelings.
It's,
Like,
it's
I am in
gonna get worse.
cyberspace. I am recording this in cyberspace. Look at my legs.
Yeah, that I don't have.
That aren't real. Hey, so speaking of a game with kitten title, we got kitty chats today. Wow! Yay! What did you call them?
However, it's clear that people still feel unsure about jumping back into the digital world.
Due to them not having legs, how can they jump if they don't have?
To overcome this fear, we need to shift our perspective. To many of us, cyberspace is only visited from the family computer in the kitchen, or from terminals at your place of work. While the dream of cyberspace was that everyone could create their own sites, only those in the technical know-how were able to do so. We at Pando Labs believe that the term cyberspace is a misnomer. This place is more than cyber. It's the collective zeitgeist. It's the governing rules of life. It's everything about everything. All at once. We call it the metaverse.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I was on the nose.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is a little on the nose, you know. Just calling it that directly. Your
Yeah.
new home in the metaverse will be Pando Platform. Platform is a modular site where everyone can come and build their own slice of the metaverse. Oh, little camera robots in the back. That's so fun.
That's very, very
It will be
cute.
the marketplace where anyone can set up a business with no barrier to entry. It will be the content pasture where anyone can have their own television station. Uh-oh. It will
Uh-oh.
be the town square where anyone can stand on our soapbox.
Not their own, ours. So we still get to control you.
Yeah. We are hard at work building Pando platform, and I'm looking forward to showing you more when we launch next quarter. I'll see you in the metaverse.
Aw, Molly. Cute. Molly. Cut! It is music. Would you believe it? It is also a vibe.
Yeah, for real. It's almost like every single thing in this game is banging.
I know, it's fucking wild.
Superb speech, Captain.
Thanks, Molly. How's the blogosphere reacting?
The blogosphere.
Well, the response is lower than what we projected. Most of the conversation is centered on the weather billboard hack.
The what?
Someone has hacked the weather forecast billboards in every major city.
What was the attack vector?
Unknown, but given its widespread impact, it was probably upstream from somewhere inside cyberspace.
Inside the metaverse. You
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Eat you, Hugo. Eat shit.
Eat shit.
Yes, Captain, inside the metaverse.
Any leaks on platform? We can't have any bad press before launch. We need to dot the T's and cross the I's on this one. That's not how it goes.
That's not how it goes.
Nothing on platform, just atmospheric data. It appears to be targeted fear-mongering against the Pando Skygate program.
Give it a few days and everyone will forget about it. Any other news?
You have a meeting at the top of the hour.
Ugh, I mean, any news on my ship?
The locator is still offline. However, I did recover footage from the security cameras before they went dark.
Wait, zoom in on that.
Enhance.
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 No punctuation. Enhance.
Yeah.
You really went. Enhance.
Enhance. You should just call it like, messed up. Anyway.
Can't see shit. Anyway.
This is a stupid image. Yo.
Well, look who's back. Hey, Queen.
Hey.
Do you recognize them, Captain?
Yes, I do. It's an old friend. Still stuck on the wrong side of the century.
You know, decide what that wants to like have a livable planet.
The Banhammer.
The Banhammer. Come on.
You know, I just realized this thing looks like a virus, straight up.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I can't believe I never connected the dots on that. But it is a plague upon the cyberspace.
Yeah. Looks like there's energy we need in a null space castle. The fucking null space castle. Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, baby.
Fuck yeah, dude. Just like in Sonic Forces. You should head there next. By the way, I've sent you a new upgrade, one that can alter your Uber boost. It's that shit you mentioned. Now you can shift states between solid and liquid. Oh, good. Solid state is your standard speed boost, whereas liquid state is for slowing down into bullet time. Yo! Ooh! Try it out. Fucking awesome UI once again. All kits are liquid, yeah. I also hope we get to kill Hugo with hammers. You melt your body into a liquid state, enabling you to take the shape of any container. This brings to mind that ancient cat proverb, if it fits, I sits. Yay. This state allows you to utilize your stored TSRUB energy to slow down time, facilitating quick maneuvers. Oh my god, the icon.
Yeah.
That rules, that's so good. It's a little bubbly cat face. What does it look like?
See...
Ooh. Ooh. Okay, wait, now I have to...
Oh yeah, also as a heads up, if I only learned this a little bit into it, if you're using bullet time, it'll actually bring you to max speed immediately, so you can use it to accelerate really quickly.
Yo!
Just a fun little trick I figured out.
That's so good. It even gives you like a speed boost, it seems.
Yeah, it rocks.
Anyway, I wanna... Whee!
I think it's a little broken with the log cat model.
Yes, it is. Which is what I wanted to see. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna keep going and then turn the camera.
He has transitioned to
This
liquid.
is- All stick. Yeah.
Yes!
So good. Are we gonna? Oh no! Wait, I don't have the upriding thing anymore.
Oh, yeah! That would explain it!
That's really good.
Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa. What?
Uh-oh.
Happy?
Happy? Hey, champ.
Where are we?
Maybe... I guess you're... Right?
This game is so awesome.
I love this game. It's so good. I'm so glad you're playing it.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you're here to play it with me. It definitely makes it more fun, I think. When there's someone
Yeah.
else who's already very hyped about it, just like, isn't it awesome? And I'm like, yeah, it is.
Yeah. I think this is a good spot to end if you're looking
Yes.
for it.
I would say so.
Cool. I also have class in 10 minutes, so this is really good timing.
Oh, like an actual class. Okay.
Yeah, when I have to actually go to.
All right. Real quick then, so that you can, in case I'm not gonna be talking for much longer, but anyway, so you're all ready to go. Punkit, thanks so much for joining me today. Would you like to? Yeah. Would you like to plug anything?
Yeah, sure. I'm Punkit. You can Google me. I'll show up somewhere. I make funny little comics. I'm also a game developer. I make Season Taxpayer and Astroguard.
Hell
And
yeah.
also a third little secret sniper space thing that Zoe knows about.
Yeah.
You'll see more about it. You'll see more about it soon, I suppose.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I'm
that's my
excited.
plug. I'm a cool little lady on the internet.
Hell yeah, you sure are. Yeah, y'all should definitely go check her out. Her stuff is very, very awesome. I've played the Susan Taxpayer demo on stream, so you might know that. Yeah, this has been really good. I'm loving this game. We are definitely going to be continuing it, and ideally, Punkit will be there again. You know it. That's the plan. And if you wanna stay up to date with when I'm gonna fucking do that shit, you can do exclamation point links in chat to get a link to my little social, to my little website, which has all my links to my various socials and also a bunch of other shit on there. Discord is the best place to stay up to date with what I'm gonna do, because you get a little ad here message, but you don't have to join the whole community if you don't want to, because that's a lot of pressure for some people, so I totally get that, or you just don't feel like it. Because all you get if you join the Discord server is the channel, the server announcement stream, and a channel explaining. No, the stream announcements channel, whatever. You get a channel you get an announcements channel and a channel explaining how to get into the full server if you want to, but no pressure whatsoever. Tomorrow I will be streaming something. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be starting Side Order, Splatoon 3 Side Order finally. I forgot about it because it released during my hiatus, but then I remembered it. So we're gonna finally start that one. I've heard it's very gay, so I'm very excited about that. Yay! So that'll be tomorrow. Later this week I'm gonna be streaming Signalis again, which is also very gay. You know, Yuri week.
Yuri week.
Yeah.
Every week of the year, baby.
Every week of the fucking year, every day, every hour, every minute, every second. Yeah, this has been super duper fun. Thank you guys so much. Whoa! Dev, if you're still in chat, you're also very, very awesome. Thank you so much for making this game. And for coming to the stream to check us out. We will be raiding. Let's do Jules. I think I mentioned Jules earlier. No, I mentioned Jules. I talked about Jules today in the Discord. Jules is a fellow member of RARXD. They are very, very, very nice. I've streamed VR chat with them before. They're a fun little sheepy sheep. and playing Super Monkey Ball 2, which is a mess of a game. So that'll be good. The raid message will be, I'm Kibti.
So true. So true.
No, comrade. We are Kibti.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the raid message. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream a whole lot. Thank you guys so much for coming as always. Doing a raid is harder now, which is annoying. But it's whatever. Come on. Okay, there we go. So yeah. I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you another time. Bye everyone!
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye!
Wahoo!